All right. It looks like we are live. Yep, there we go. Perfect. All right. Mic might be a little on the. It might sound either a little louder or it's picking up more stuff because I had to once again rebalance all my settings after I unplugged it for reasons beyond me. You're definitely going to hear the GameCube controller. I can't believe it's literally on my lap and just it's picking that up. Amazing. Probably hear a cat walk outside with this thing. We can immediately get rid of that because the stream's late. Perfect. Alright, had this game on the PS2 back in the day before it broke and the disc was scratched. Ah, that stinks. No, this was, this was actually the first GameCube game I ever played. Um, when we played this, my friend got a GameCube for his birthday, and we were all excited. We're like, oh yeah, cool, we're gonna play this and everything else. And, he picked up two games with it. The first one was Super Mario Sunshine, and Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. And I shit you not, we threw Mario to the side and we just played this game. His parents actually didn't get him a memory card, and so we sat there and we must have left the GameCube on for like 2 or 3 days straight, just trying to get through the game. And we were kids at the time, so we had no clue what we were doing with some of this stuff, but we did manage to beat it, which was cool. But once I got a GameCube, I had to pick it up for myself just because I remember having fun with it. And yeah, no, I still think it's a great time. I still think it's one of the better Harry Potter games. Greetings, my man. Just got back from France just before UK government said on Saturday you have to not leave the house for 14 days. Oh boy. Yep, I was about to. Yeah, my parents left the state to go visit some of my cousins, and they literally just went through the same thing. They had to stay in their house for 2 weeks just because they left the state. Yeah, just kind of going on everywhere right now. All right. Well, these audio settings are going to be the absolute best they can be at the time. But I'm just gonna I'm gonna mess with them off stream and fix them all up because the audio settings are just going to annoy the ever-loving crap out of me. Sup, I have all the Harry Potter games on PS2. Oh man, I had to pick up some of them on. I think I had to pick up some of them on PS2 because they didn't all come to GameCube. I know up to. I'm pretty sure it was up to Goblet of Fire. Came out on the GameCube. And then, of course, there was Quidditch World Cup, which I remember everyone saying was completely awful. But as a kid, I didn't care. Because it was just like, oh, there's a game I can play Quidditch? Oh, that's cool. Hey, I was just a big Harry Potter dork when I was a kid. It's funny how much that's kind of changed nowadays, huh? I was about to say, and the really funny thing about all that is just like I still think the Harry Potter books are great. The movies are still great, and unlike a lot of other licensed properties, the majority of Harry Potter games were pretty good. Um, it just kind of followed along in the same vein as Star Wars, where most of the games that we got for the series were pretty great. And I remember that My God, yeah, that was the big thing I remember because like we didn't care too much just because I was like, yeah, it was Quidditch, but yeah, it was extremely repetitive. I remember it was the one we barely played at all, just because there was like there was co-op and stuff like Goblet of Fire and things, and that was just fun. But yeah, I was about to say, I think it was Order of the Phoenix that they finally stopped doing games in the GameCube. It made sense, the new console generation came out. I remember picking that one up on PC, and that game played fine on my PC back then. But you try to play it now, the max resolution for that game is 1280 by 720. Actually, no, it's not even that. It's 1280 by 1024 because it wasn't like widescreen compatible on PC for some god awful reason. Um, but yeah, no, pretty much all the Harry Potter games are actually pretty good. There were some that weren't so great, but normally, if you were playing like one version that wasn't good, there was a much better version on a different console. Like, I like Chamber of Secrets a lot on the PS2, Xbox, and GameCube, but I also really like the Game Boy Color version. It plays like a turn based RPG, and I was just never expecting it. With New Game Plus on a Game Boy Color, and the graphics were pretty great for the system. It's just kind of one of those like phenomenal things. I also think it was the last Game Boy Color game to come out, right along like Shantae. Think, think, and yeah, I got Harry Potter Quidditch World Cup for GameCube back in 2008. Had a lot of memories with it. Was 7. Lived in Indiana for a year. Live in California now. Had most. Yeah, yeah. No, it was no. I have a lot of great. Oh yeah, this mic's picking up like people on the road. Holy shit. Well, if you hear a bunch of assholes on motorcycles, I just can't do anything about it right now. I have no idea what was going on with the mic beforehand. Um, I remember some Harry Potter games had some creepy elements, like when you were walking around. Oh my gosh, yeah. So even in this game, like, because you have to, there's stealth sections where you have to sneak around, and if you get caught, you lose house points. Yeah, they used to freak the crap out of us as kids. Get back to your dormitory! Oh, so yeah, when don't we actually start playing the game? So just as a preference for how we're going to play this, um, I was originally just going to hook up the GameCube and play it that way, but for some bizarre reason, and I got my GameCube working before because on my last stream, well, not my last stream, my 5 hour extravaganza stream, I played Sphinx and the Cursed Mummy on the GameCube, and it was working just fine. But for some reason, um, I couldn't really get it working this time. I don't know what it was. So I was like, all right, we might just have to go down the emulator route. And sure enough, Dolphin plays Chamber of Secrets pretty great. In fact, there's even a widescreen patch to get the game working in perfect 16 by 9 aspect ratio widescreen. Pretty darn cool. And this is a natively 60 FPS game, so it's going to look phenomenal. There is a slight caveat to playing it like this, though. The hack that someone did also stretches out the UI. So it's going to look a little stretched, but I guarantee you this is going to be the best we get the game looking at. Like, guaranteed. Um, so that's just the slight caveat, but it's going to be full widescreen, full 60 FPS. It looks and runs and plays great. And just to keep it fully authentic, I got my Mayflash adapter out, plugged in the GameCube controller, so no worries on that. And this is as authentic as it can get with playing it on the emulator. Because for some reason the GameCube just wasn't liking it. Which also unfortunately means I can't show off Gringotts. You could actually get to Gringotts in the GameCube version by hooking up a Game Boy Advance with a copy of Chamber of Secrets on that and transferring the save data over, which was pretty cool. But unfortunately, I don't think we'll be able to see it in this because that would just be a bunch of screwing around with VBA, and I really don't want to mess around with that. It's a pain in the ass. And Half-Blood Prince, my god, those animations. I still think Order of the Phoenix and the Half-Blood Prince games are pretty cool, just kind of on the principle that they were open world to a point, and you could explore a bunch of the castle and do spells on, like a bunch of cool things to find secrets. I remember really liking that. I'm being strangled by a tentacle plant monster to pay real mind. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. I have a confession to make about that particular mobile Harry Potter game. I forget what the name of it was. Wasn't it like shit? I played a lot of that initially, and then my brain just kind of snapped after I got to the third year in that game, and I went, "What the hell are you doing?" And not like I was playing it for 3 years straight. You go through like all 7 years of being a Hogwarts student in that game. Um, but yeah, I was about to say, and I played up to that point, and then suddenly, like, because the gameplay's fine at that point, but then all of a sudden, the game's just like, oh, hey, if you want to actually make any progress, it literally starts paywalling you. Literally. There's no way to make progress any further. And I'm like, well, you know, actually fuck this, and I've never played it again to that day. Ever. You didn't. I did. But I never paid money for it, ever. Not a single dime went into that game. Because I knew the tactics it was going for, because I played enough mobile games. Hang on a second, I'm going to get the game set up here. I might have to mess with the audio on the emulator side, because parts of this game get loud. Like, really loud. Let's see if it just comes up. Well, sounds working. But the video... Oh, there it goes. Okay, made up its mind. That's some good deafening. It was a bit loud on my end. Okay, here's the other problem I'm thinking we might have with this stream. Maybe. Now, the music for this game is not just straight from the movie. As a matter of fact, do you know who composed the music for these games? Jeremy Soule, who also composed the Elder Scrolls soundtrack for Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim, which was pretty cool. However, some of it still sounds like the movie, and YouTube freaking hates copyright music. So, as a caveat, I'm going to lower the sound, just in case. Well, okay, that's something, but I pity him. Yeah, no, it was... I literally fell into a trap where I was just like, oh, hey, this kind of sounds interesting. Yeah, I immediately at the point of the game where it's just like, yeah, you gotta pay money to actually progress. I'm like, no, fuck you. I'm done. That's when I finally fall out of, like, anything like that, is as soon as the game says, I want to be a money trap, I'm like, you can go to hell. You advertise yourself as free to play, I want to play you for free. Wait, the Skyrim and Dawn of War music, these very same. Yep, he did the soundtrack for the GameCube, PS2, and Xbox versions of the game. That's why the soundtrack sounds incredibly good. The soundtrack is actually a really big highlight for me in this. Uh-oh. Alright. We're not going to run into problems now, are we? Okay, so the GameCube controller was literally just working. And now it's not. Alright, we're unplugging it and plugging it back in. There it goes. Okay. I was stupid. So I actually brought my, I brought my save file over, thinking that, from my actual GameCube, thinking that that would open up Gringotts. So I brought my completed save over to this. I have a memory card where you can plug it into, your PC and back up your saves. I had to get that after I nearly lost, a 300 hours save I had for Tales of Symphonia. I was like, I'm not risking that again. So, yeah, and thankfully, Dolphin just recognizes the saves. But, nope, Gringotts is, like, on some console basis, where you have to have it plugged in. Hidden gems in the dark issues. So, yeah, we're just gonna start a new game. Yeah, like I said, the only caveat is I'm gonna lower the music a little bit, because I do not want YouTube to just, start going full bore, you know, copyright, streams down for 5 minutes. You know?
Welcome to the burrow, Harry.
Despite how dated this is, I still don't hate the graphics. I find a style like this, like, charming. Like, the same reason you can go back and play old, you know, 64 games and everything.
Ever give a thought of how worried I'd be? Bed's empty, no
could have crashed.
Mom,
Out of my mind with worry. Did you care? Never. As long as I've lived. Now
That one
get
tree
outside
looks
and
like it's
start
coming from the
getting
64,
ready.
though.
Up to here with all of you. Except you, of course, Harry. I'm not cross with you.
You ready to do a bit of denoming then, Harry? Well, I'm not sure, Ron. I've been with the Dursleys so much this summer, I'm a little rusty.
The other thing, I've had a couple people tell me too, I never played the PlayStation 1 version. Ever. And everyone's like, well, that's a mistake.
That was truly smashing, Harry.
When you're ready,
No.
we'll meet you in the barn.
Even Fred or George are like, that's too much. I literally make a holy joke when I lose my ear, and that's too much.
When I learn some second-year magic, I should be able to get the shield to the top.
I find it funny that he says that. He's like, yeah, I can get a shield to the top. And you never
Go into the barn.
come back here with new spells. Time for the game's currency. But yeah, I've heard good things about the PlayStation 1 version, and it was like fully voice acted. Same voice actors as this one too. Oh, like I'd argue it even has more voice acting in parts.
Everywhere.
It's super impressive for a PlayStation 1 game.
Okay, Harry, target the little pests and flipendo them off the rafter.
Harry Potter definitely had it good with licensed games, like especially good.
That's got one. That was pretty good, Harry. You've got the little pests on the run.
They're heading for the garden.
We'll meet you out in the barnyard.
Ah, and then there's the big thing you have to watch out for. In this game, you permanently level up your health by collecting wizarding trading cards. Just like this.
Number 1, Merlin.
Now, I know where these all are. I've played this so many times. But there's a bunch of them that can be permanently lost.
In the barnyard, Harry.
Because once you transition to new areas, you don't have a chance to get those cards again. That's something that linking the game,
Number 3, Elfrida Clag.
linking the game up with a Game Boy Advance can actually fix. Because Gringotts allows you to go and get cards that you might have missed again. So if you didn't get a chance to 100% the game, because you missed something on the way, oh, no worries, you just gotta go buy a Game Boy Advance and a copy of Chamber of Secrets.
Harry, we're out here!
Now, of course, you don't have to do that for 100% completion, if you just know where all the cards are, but it's just kinda, yeah. And of course, anyone who had it on PS2 and Xbox were just, you know, bummed.
Dad tried charming it.
Now it's anything but charming.
This is a good opportunity to practice some dueling.
Dueling?
And watch out when the washing machine opens its door.
And keep moving around it and cast for Pendo when the door is open.
I also remember there was a PC version of this too, and when I was a kid, I was freaking out so much, like, oh, I can play this game, cool! And I was about to say, yeah, I just gotta get it for the PC. Because, when I was initially going to buy a copy, I picked up a PC version thinking like, oh, I can just play the same game I was playing on my friend's GameCube. Oh god, no. No, the PC version is nothing like its console counterparts at all. And in fact, the only reason people know about the PC version is because it's at speedrunning events all the damn time.
You can only damage it when the door's open.
Almost got it beaten, Harry.
That surprised me. I remember not liking the PC version, though. Like, I bet it's fine. But
Sorted it, Harry.
it wasn't as open and as explorative as this was. It was pretty linear.
You look like you need a chocolate frog. Here you go.
You have to knock the frog out.
Wait,
before you
collectible
can
cards
catch
and
it.
include
Right.
that increase your health. Oh yeah. Every 10 cards you pick up, they increase your health.
Ready, Harry?
So it was always cool to run around the castle and find them. Same with Nightfire for the PC. Oh my god. Yeah, Nightfire for the PC was used Source, didn't it? I believe it used Source for the game. completely different engine from the console versions. And it just really wasn't great. And it's funny because for a Source game, it's really hard to get running, which is exactly what Source was designed not to do.
Look, there's one over there.
Look at that neck.
Flipendo them until they're dazed and confused, then you grab hold of them and spin them round.
It's that neck again.
Chuck them out of the garden.
Wow, I've got to try this.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
And remember, Flipendo the gnome, pick it up,
Kill the
spin it
little
around,
shits and break
chuck
their
it
nets.
over the
I
logo.
gotta try this.
I bet you can't throw a gnome as far as Fred did.
Oh no.
Any of the targets
On my
in the
first
field over
try.
there.
Yeah, that's great and all, but I need this. You.
Number 59, Gregory the Smarmy.
There, another chest? No. No, wait, wasn't there? I'm misremembering the chest right now. Because I thought there was one that had, like, a pumpkin pasty in it. Wow, that was difficult.
Number 8, Derwent Shrimpling.
And that's how you get that card. And the other one's just throwing targets.
Right on target.
Even to this day, this game still, like, plays and controls surprisingly. If you've ever played a Zelda game, this game literally plays and controls almost exactly like Wind Waker does.
Right on target.
In fact, when I recommend people a game that's like, I kind of want to play something like Zelda. You know, I don't have a GameCube or a Nintendo system. It's like, well, go get a PS2 or an Xbox and play this.
Excellent!
I know you can throw further than that. Just gotta squeeze into this corner.
Excellent!
Huh. Alright. Yeah, playing this in widescreen, too, it's not fully widescreen. You can still see some bars on the side. That's not the emulator or anything. That's just this patch.
Right on target.
But even with the UI stretched out, it still looks great.
It's late, boys. Time for bed. Big day tomorrow.
I watched an Open Star Racer when I was in France. Did I miss out when I was a kid?
Someone who's never de-gnomed before. You've done an excellent job, Harry. Almost as good as Gilderoy Lockhart himself.
No, I think I did better.
I think you deserve a chocolate frog.
Now, texture-wise, this game really hasn't aged well, but I think this, like, art style and everything still looks great. The textures are just kind of so low quality. This was an early, early-ish GameCube, PS2, Xbox game also. Oops.
Give it another go!
Gotta try to get that other target. Actually, I don't think there's a card. Other target. Oop, wrong one.
Right on target.
But yeah, I kind of feel the same way. I actually went and watched a bunch of different, like, foreign cartoons and everything else. And it's just like, man, we kind of got boned over here with some of the stuff we watched.
Give it another go!
I'm doing no good at this now. Oh. I just gotta hit that hay bale. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to get the scarecrow! Alright.
Give it another
That's
go!
enough of that. I'm pretty sure you don't get a card from hitting the hay bale. I think it's just for beating Fred and George's record. Yeah, it's just luck out of that. No, the reason you want to hit those is because they can bounce off and give you a higher score. I don't think you get anything else except the one card. There it goes.
Right on target.
Nothing. The hell's going on? Stop it! I think this widescreen patch is broken. Alright, well, that, takes care of the first day. Yeah, I always recommended this game to people who like, Zelda games, because it's it's a kid-friendly, introduction to, the kind of open world, not open world, but kind of like the, you know, action-adventure dungeon crawly aspect of Zelda games.
He immediately swallowed a lot of hot ash.
Also, the voice acting in this, while it obviously doesn't have any of the actors from the movies, it's pretty okay. Some of them are better than others. I like this narrator. Yeah. No lie, when I got my 360, I got Sonic All-Star Racing and Deathly Hollow. Deathly Hollow Part 1 for Christmas, and my god, I have not, to this day, still played Deathly Hollow Part 1 and 2. Because every single time I look at them, I'm like, you know, I already own Gears of War. I don't need it with a worse coat of paint. Because I don't think those games graphically aged well at all. They look fucking sinfully bad now. Because they were trying for realism. Meanwhile, this game went for, like, you know, a very cartoony art style. And I think it looked great. Yeah, the texture quality could be a little better in parts, but I think this looks fine. And then I look at something like Deathly Hallows, and it's like, it's so realistic, it's just uncannily bad now. Oh, everyone say hi to the screaming skeleton. Okay. You gotta watch out for this hand here. As that one will steal all your beans. Well, time to shoplift. But Harry's such a good boy, he wouldn't shoplift anything. Unless they had beans in their counter. Yum. Yeah, don't buy him. You know, I actually wanted to do a... Hello, Mr. Skull. I actually kind of wanted to do a retrospective of all of the Harry Potter games and all of their console versions, like every single one. There were so many gosh darn Harry Potter games. Okay, I'm sorry for the gosh darn. YouTube's swearing things kind of. There were so many freaking Harry Potter games for like every single system got a Harry Potter game. It was nuts. Oh, the load on that was something. Oh, dang it! What Harry doesn't know is that's actually an Iron Maiden.
Touch nothing, Draco.
Oh my gosh, you can see where the widescreen kind of is breaking the game. Because he was just sitting in the corner.
See you again. The Ministry of Magic is conducting more raids, and I have a few more items like this at home that might embarrass me.
Look at those eyebrows.
That you are willing to sell. Correct.
I love looking at eyebrows in like old games and everything like this. It like, if you ever notice when you play stuff like Fable or even like Knights of the Old Republic, pay attention to the characters' eyebrows in those games. They're fucking hilarious. Especially your main character in Knights of the Old Republic, where he like lifts up his right eyebrow, lifts up his left eyebrow, lifts up both his eyebrows. And it's just an animation that constantly repeats over and over. Well, Harry just got done doing a bit of shoplifting. Why don't we just steal Malfoy's evil book that the Ministry was going after? Sure hope it doesn't contain a spell that wouldn't get us, you know, banned or something. Oh, it just has the Lumos spell. Why the hell did he want to... Oh, well, whoops. That was my B. And, yep, beans are stuck up there. Can never get them again. They're gone forever. Now, the game tells you can sneak like this, But actually, the best way is to just do this. Because you go faster. Speaking of Star Racer, here they're making a Season 2, and I don't want to... I've never seen Star Racer, actually. That one's out of my territory completely. Oh, yeah, we didn't set the spell. Adoy! My god, a green light. Dark Wizard... Oh no! I can cast a spell that lights up my wand. It's clearly evil. Actually, the real funny thing about that is the, Dark Mark's kind of green in the movies and everything. So it's like, maybe it's a little understandable, but not really still. Just because the spell is green doesn't make it evil. Well, time to break all this guy's shit. Sure hope he doesn't mind. Get out of here. We are speed running this game today. Alright, Johnny. Now, 5-year-olds might be playing this game, so we gotta point out exactly what to do. But, you know, to be fair, 5-year-olds probably, were playing this game. So, you know, good on them. Actually, the direction for this game makes it pretty simple for anyone to pick up. Especially kids. No, if a kid played something like Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask or Wind Waker, and they thought it was a little too hard for them, it's like, yeah, play Chamber of Secrets. Encourages you to do favors for them. Oh, okay. Hello, Mrs. Skull. Yeah, the whole point of those skulls is just to scream at you when you walk by. I'm pretty sure when we were kids, we were just like, gotta be careful, the skull's there. Oh no, it's gonna scream at us. Oh my god, no!
Hedwig!
Sure, I'm glad she can hear you, and she knew you'd be here. Hedwig,
Here you go.
here's a treat. Pop. Oh wow, food, cool. Let me just pull a ladder out of my ass. Hang on a second. Bam!
Brilliant. Thanks, Hedwig.
Yeah, no problem. I like this trade system we have. Oh, I'll give it a watch. The whole Series 1's on YouTube. I might, yeah. I have... my backlog for watching stuff is so completely out of there. I have so much stuff I have to finish watching and so many games I have to finish playing. It's maddening.
Number 98. Dymphna Firmage.
No, I like that not only did they, you know, have this actor voice all the cards, but all the cards are interesting to read, too. Some of them more than others. Some of them are just like a sentence long. But hey, you'll learn more interesting Harry Potter lore here than you do for J.K. Rowling nowadays. Seriously, what the actual hell, lady? All I could think of is that Pro ZD video. In the olden days, wizards used to cordially shit their pants. Oh boy, time for simple Zelda puzzles. And we do that so we can push this button so that this gate opens here so that we can run back and sidle through this because Wind Waker did it. And then we can walk through this gate and then we can push this other button so that it opens up the door that we just walked by. So we gotta go back and sidle again so that the kids understand how wall sidling works. Yeah, we get a card out of it. It's good.
Number 5, Gulliver Pokeby.
And that's why I prefer Tolkien. Yeah, I can get behind that. Especially since, much like Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings was treated very well with its video games. Return of the King is the one I still remember quite fondly. Both for the GameCube, PS2, Xbox, and the Game Boy Advance game was actually a Diablo-esque top-down RPG. Where you got different loot with different stats and everything else, and you get like legendary weapons and pick different characters. Those were pretty good. Kryptonite ruled the Game Boy Advance. I remember me and my little brother played a lot of Two Towers and Return of the King on the GameCube, which was just really cool. In another fun twist thing, with the GameCube version kind of getting exclusive content, if you linked up Return of the King on the Game Boy Advance to the GameCube, you got 5,000 extra experience points right at the beginning of the game. So you could just start buying out some of the characters' hewing skills, which just made the beginning of the game pointless. And on the Game Boy Advance, you unlocked a secret stage, and you got to play as Gimli, I think. Which was cool.
Harry! Harry, we hope
Audio's
you don't
cutting
go
out.
one fireplace too far. I was frantic with worry.
What's wrong, Ginny?
Don't have to shake
You
'em.
don't look very happy. No powder went wrong. And I got
You two don't need to get closer to each other yet.
Would you like me to go look?
You're not gonna get married for like another decade.
That's so kind of you, Harry, but I think you'll need to get your things first. What was on your school list?
A copy of the standard.
What is
book
she
of
doing with her
spells
hands?
from Flourish and Blotts, and a new potion vial from Mole Peppers.
Pretty cheap year this year.
Let's all go to Flourish and
Where did her
Blotts.
harm go?
Oh, and you might need this. It fell into the heart when you used the flu.
Thanks, Mrs. Weasley.
Come on, Harry. Let's go to Flourish and
Early
Blotts.
console games. Man, they tried with those animations. That's all I know. Someone tried. Okay, bye. But no, this was the big thing I loved when I was a kid. Because, you know, we read the books and we watch the movies, and it was cool to see the worlds and everything. But how cool was it to actually be able to, you know, run around and see all this? I just think that's fascinating. We actually got to, you know, go into Leaky Cauldron and go into Gringotts and stuff like that. It was so cool. Now, you can't actually go into Gringotts at the beginning of this, but like I said, there's a way to get to it if you link up the Game Boy Advance. And I'm going to keep saying there's a reason why Season 2 is Star Racer won't, because the two main plot points get resolved. No spoilers, of course. Yeah, I always find it weird when a series wraps up well. Like, it's kind of how I felt about Stranger Things. I think Season 1 of that show is pretty great. And Season 2 and 3 are just okay. Not mind-blowing, not amazing, but just, they're fine. Not nearly as good as the first season. That's because the first season had a good beginning, middle, and end. Hey, it's the franchise made by that. Oh my god. J.K. Rowling just got so bad. But yeah, I still love Harry Potter. It's just kind of one of those death of the author things, where it's just like, I still love and appreciate the series, despite the fact that this woman is off her freaking rocker now. Completely and utterly. Yeah, man, do I have a soft spot for Harry Potter? Yeah, me too.
Oh, please find my things, Harry.
Yeah, but I can't yet. I need
Don't
books.
forget to buy your standard book of spells from
No, and this was,
Harry.
this was one of my
Your
favorites.
coming to do a book signing soon, so you'll best go there before it gets too busy.
To just actually be able to, you know, walk around Diagon Alley, see all the shops, go in the shops. Just so cool when I was a kid. Work, sorry. Oh, no worries. It was good seeing you again, man. Always happy to have you here, James. Like I noted earlier, music might be a little low. I'm pretty sure all the music is unique to this game, but YouTube is so ornery about their music trademark copyrights. I'm just not taking any chances. It's a good thing Hatsune Miku is the real author of Harry Potter. I love...
Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2, by Miranda Goshawk. Ah, no.
Oh, I'd like to buy that, please. There it is. Hold it.
Thank you. With the knowledge contained in this book, you'll be able to cast more powerful spells. Here's a helpful hint from the book, just for you.
Oh, no, I mean why Season 2 won't work. Oh, okay, yeah.
Cast it when the spell is ready. But be careful. Don't overpower your spells, or you could end up in a spot of trouble.
All that happens is I lose some beans, man. It'll be fine. But yeah, I like that. Like, even when you get the book, it just gives you tips and everything for how to use your spells properly. I just kind of always liked that, because it wasn't just like, you got this book, yay, now you can do this. It was like, no, it's an actual book, and it gives you proper explanations on it. Same thing with every time you get a new spell. It just kind of adds on to the chapters in this book. I just like that. Especially, it makes sense for kids. USA Show kind of have this thing where it's like, let's keep this going as long as possible. Yeah. No, there's so many shows like that. Contrast that with UK shows, which usually last for 2 or 3 years. Yeah. There is too much of a good thing. And eventually you do kind of run out of ideas. It's the reason I got out of shows like Supernatural. I'm just like, okay, Jesus, God, when does this show end? Like, I remember really liking the first couple of seasons, and then I was like, alright, how many more seasons do I got left? Oh, I'm done. That's a bit overwhelming even for me. But yeah, no, I still like Harry Potter, but like the new Fantastic Beasts movies, I liked the first Fantastic Beasts movie.
Did you get your book?
Yes, Mrs.
I liked the world, I liked Newt Scamander, I love his character, I loved seeing all the creatures, and that's where that was like at its absolute strongest.
My new quill
Um,
fell into the back of Gamble and Japes. And I'm sure
But
it's
when
I lost my spell tape.
when Crimes of Grindelwald happened, and it's like, oh, we gotta tie this all into Harry Potter, I'm like, no, this movie's crap. No, I'm already done with these. I don't even want to see the third one. I don't. The stupid twist at the end of that, the fact that
So much.
it went out of its way to do stupid things to ruin,
Bet you can smash
things that were established in other Harry Potter books. Like, just like, oh yeah, McGonagall was definitely at Hogwarts back then, despite the fact that she would have been, like, a toddler at the time. It's ridiculous. And then, of course, Rowling has to come up with every bad idea under the sun now. Pretty sure you can. No, don't mind me. I'm just doing magic outside of school. No worries. Doctor Who's an exception. That's mostly because the TARDIS is storytelling. Yeah, no, I was about to say, because, like, with that, the seasons make sense. You get a new Doctor, you have new cast, you have new stories to tell. And it's just kind of always open up to whoever's writing the series at the time to make those stories. And obviously, while some are better than others, it's a much more approachable way to do a show like that. Yeah, no, I definitely agree with stuff like how Doctor Who approaches it. Now, that makes sense for a show that goes over. But even then, I still kind of have my upper limits when it comes to shows like that. Just these last ones over here, right? Yeah. Actually, I'm not sure if we're going to need more than maybe 20 sickles to get everything. Anyways, now that we have the more powerful spells...
Can't get through there.
Back in there, yeah. But, yeah, now that we have the more powerful spells, we can go and look for Ginny's stuff. Tom Baker, my favorite now and for... Yeah, I'm completely out of Doctor Who. I've never really gotten too deep into the show. I've seen, a season or two here or there, but I was never really a big fan of it. I have a friend who is, though. Like, he absolutely adores the show. And he mostly always tells me what's going on. I remember people being upset that BoJack Horseman was ending. I was like, yo, it's 6 seasons. It's like, yeah, exactly. Some fantastic shows don't even get beyond a season or 2. I mean, Firefly is like the obvious, like, you know, big example of that one.
There's more than butterbeer down in the cellar, you know, Mr. Potter.
What are you implying?
Did I tell you, I've been having a bit of trouble lately with flesh-eating slugs.
Thanks, Hagrid. Oh no, he sneezed. Let's get out of here. Haha, topical humor, lol, 2020. Yeah. Yay, oh, Bastard locked me up in his dungeon. The audio dramas are very good. Yeah. Like, I'm not entirely sure how much longer BoJack Horseman could remain. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair, because I'm pretty sure they've now told every story they might have wanted to at the time. Same thing when, like, I think Archer's ending now, isn't it? With this being its last season coming up? And that's a show I was always invested in. I just love that show. And this last season finally being the only one, and there's people who are just kind of upset about that. And every single time I hear that, I'm like, the show had, like, 11 seasons. Come on, people. Say, how old were you when the Harry Potter craze started? Oh, God. Okay, so, I am 30 years old as of this year. So you little shit. So I was, like, the ripe and ready age for when Harry Potter started. So it was, like, what, around, 2001? 2002? Okay, no, we're done with this. I'm not losing my beans to you little shits. So I was kind of the perfect age to be reading all that. Actually, funny story with, Harry Potter. Phrasing. I love Archer. Lada! With that is, the librarian at my school always was insisting, because I was like, oh, hey, that Harry Potter book, they've got it here for me to borrow. I kind of want to read that. So I was like, 10, 11 years old at the time, and the librarian was thinking I was too young to be able to read the book. Way too young. There's no way you'll understand all the words and everything in that. And grew up as a freaking nerd, reading Dungeons and Dragons manuals and everything else. It's like, oh, come on. And it's about to say I was getting, like, Archie Sonic comics. It's like, come on, don't even give me that shit. So, I took the book, and I read the whole first chapter of the book to her, to prove that I could take the book home with me. That's a great way to get killed. So yeah, that was, what initially started me reading the Harry Potter books. Was, I told the librarian to, go piss in a lake, I'm gonna read this book, whether you like it or not. And every year after I read that, my grandparents would buy me every single one of the books for Christmas. When they came out every year, of course. And, yeah, I was about 17, 18, I think, when the last book came out. Good, now read Tolkien for me. Don't you worry, I have all of them and the Silmarillion. Don't you worry about that, I have read my Tolkien. Actually, I started, reading, Lord of the Rings once the Fellowship of the Ring movie came out. My parents picked me up a huge collection. It was just this massive tome of a book that had The Hobbit and all 3 Lord of the Rings books in it. Just massive freaking $50 paperback thing. I love that to pieces. I took great care of that. But yeah, when I was 17, 18, my mom got Deathly Hollows for me and her. She got 3 copies of it. For me, her, and my little brother. And we sat outside waiting for the postman to come by so that we could read the book. And me and her were competing to see who could finish it faster. Now, that was... no, I have some very fond early memories with Harry Potter. Do you own a lot of book series or just borrow books? I own a lot of books. The series that I got invested in most as a kid was Artemis Fowl. Those were the big ones for me. There's also another series called the Bartholomew Trilogy, which was about a kid who starts getting into, like, demon summoning. Those are also pretty fantastic books. Now, I read a lot as a kid. So here's where the funny thing with the Harry Potter series happens with that, of course. When J.K. Rowling, came out as this completely batshit insane lunatic. Same thing with C.S. Lewis. Oh yeah, I had all the Chronicles of Narnia books, too, growing up. Yep, same thing for me. And, yeah, when she came out batshit insane, I'm just sitting there, like, on social media, everyone's freaking out. It's like, oh, she's betraying all this, and I love these books, and I can't enjoy anything anymore. It's like, yeah, maybe you should have just read more freaking books when you were a kid. Because they haven't ruined all my favorite book series yet. They just got done ruining Artemis Fowl, which was a fucking tragedy. They already ruined Eragon, which ruined me when I was a kid. That was the one and only movie I ever actually walked out of the movie theater from. It was just that bad. I got halfway into that movie and I was just like, I'm done. I can't stand this. I watched She-Ra and the Princess's Power, and that's a great example of a show that had its mythology and arc planned out in advance. 5 seasons, the story told... Yeah, oh my gosh. I'm waiting for that show to end so I can just binge it. That's the big... I'm just kind of waiting for that right now.
How much are stink pellets?
4 sickles for a pack of 10.
He sounds so happy to be doing his job.
Some stink pellets.
Oh boy! Oh my god, I could be doing anything else right now, and I'm stuck here selling stink pellets. This fucking 12-year-old, Jesus God. Doing in my life. Well, Stevenson knew her characters and arcs into the story she wanted without any further... Yeah, exactly. Tell the story you want. And don't just keep going with it for the money. It's funny how kind of that kind of happened with Powerpuff Girls, I think is what it was, too. Where they just kind of said everything that they wanted to, and then Cartoon Network's like, no, we got to merchandise the hell out of this. And so the new season came out, the new show came out, and it was just dreadful. Because they had no idea what to do with these characters. Well, you're in luck. She-Ra's ended. Season 5 is the grand finale. Oh, sweet! Yeah, that plenty good excuse for me to finally watch that now. Did you read Twilight? That was fun. Okay, I've said this on stream multiple times before. I ragged on the first movie. I hated it. But my sister kind of insisted. She's like, no, but you can't say that the movie's bad because you didn't read the books. Out of spite, I took all of her books from her and read them all. And then I got to the end of them, and I gave them back to her. I'm like, yeah, those are fucking terrible. Never again. The greatest way to end your book series is to have every single character sitting there. Everyone's, like, super roided up on magical powers, and they're like, you know what? We're not gonna fight. We're just all gonna walk away. Just bad. So bad. And the thing is sometimes I enjoy reading some trashy books. Just, like, absolute trash. Twilight was, like, where I realized where my tipping point and where my bottom line was with really trashy books. It's like, I can't do this. No, I'm sorry. This is dreadful. Well, Twilight wasn't about it. Oh, I understood that completely. No, it was, I know it wasn't about action. I was about to say, it's never what the shows... The movies kind of tip more into the action scale of things. Kind of like what happened with the Hunger Games books, where it was a lot more focused on, you know, the I was about to say, the economic side of things, you know, just that, you know, pretty much rich essentially eating the poor and everything else like that. And the funny thing is the Mockingjay movie actually did a better job of showing off things that happened in the books than the books could ever actually experiment with, because Mockingjay was just a terrible book. And the movie where, you know, it actually shows the scene with all them going and blowing up the dam, I was like, that's pretty powerful shit. And the movie wasn't really that great in that front either, but that's neither here or there. No, my problem with stuff like what eventually happened with Hunger Games and, of course, Twilight is that I'm not against romance novels per se. I just kind of hate when it's the focus. And I understand, you know, other people liking that and everything, and being for them, you know, that's fine. You know, enjoy what you want. Life's way too short for people to tell you that you can't enjoy things. You know, just tell that person, shut the fuck up, I'm reading. But no, it's not my preferred cup of tea, especially when the writing is so melodramatic and over the top in Twilight, where it's just kind of like, oh, yeah, just, yeah. You know, super against Twilight as a younger man, but now I've mellowed out. They're harmless, really. They're not good, but they're not... Yeah, they're not going to corrupt... Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that happens with everything that becomes popular, of course. It happened with Harry Potter. Everyone thought, you know, Harry Potter was going to... Freaking all these televangelists and everything were thought Harry Potter was going to corrupt the youth, and, you know... Everyone's like, oh, it's about to say all these people are going to run around, they're going to be witches and wizards casting all these spells and dark magic, and it's all Satanism. It's like, shut up. They're books, okay? But yeah, I also think they're completely harmless. I don't like them, of course, but, you know, it's... Corrupting the youth? God, no. No, it's just another fad that eventually died out. It happens with everything. It's the kind of thing that J.K. Rowling's trying to do, you know, doing all this relevant information, the movies and everything, but it's... No, it's about to say, no, she's just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs now. Oh, wow, the lag in here's real. Did you read any of the James Bond books? I never did, actually. Those were always ones I always kind of enjoyed as movies. I imagine some of them have to be great, though. Some of them are probably better than the movies. Any of those books probably had to be better than Spectre.
I said, we're closed now. Go away.
Yeah.
I don't know kids today.
I like that he doesn't bother kicking you out, though. He's in such a mood. He's just gonna yell at you and walk away. I can't deal with this right now. Is that kid still there? Oh my god.
If I'm careful, I should be able to creep past him.
And here's the most important tutorial of this game. Time to play Metal Gear. Trying to do my own story running. Oh, cool! What's your main, like, interest? Like, what genre do you think you're strongest with that? Because I always enjoy reading new stuff.
I can just keep quiet.
Uh-oh. No, what,
Just keep quiet.
one of the things this game does not teach you for the sneaking sections, though, that really bothered me, is, again, holding down L1, or just L in this case, is, a lot faster, than just doing the regular sneak. Oh, whoops.
If I can...
And the other thing that they don't tell you is that you can hold down R to go into first person. Okay, I think he stays over there long enough for... Switch.
I must be hearing things.
Run!
If I'm careful, I should be able to creep past him.
I got to this bit and never went further. Yeah, like, there was so much tension here when I was younger, because, you know, we're like 12, 13-year-old kids playing this freaking game.
Scales.
And it's so tense. Because you just don't want to get caught. And there is actual punishment for getting caught in this game. It's not like it just reloads your save or anything else. Once you get to Hogwarts later, you lose house points every time you're caught. And you don't win the House Cup at the end of the year. And of course you want to win the House Cup. Then my PS2 stopped playing CD-based games. Ah, that stinks. Funny thing with that. I used to fix PlayStation 2s, PlayStation 3s, and PSPs as a side job. One of my favorite things to do, actually, was fix them. And I could probably tell you what the problem was with that. The lens probably got misaligned, or it might have just been, something like that. That's actually incredibly simple to fix. I used to fix a bunch of people's disc read error issues all the time. Because it's such a common problem with old PS2s. And there's a really simple fix for it. You just have to readjust the gear that the lens is in. Give it a full couple rotations, and that almost always fixes a disc read error problem. Science fiction mainly, but having a juxtaposition in my writing. Oh, cool. Now, I think science fiction fantasy books have always just kind of been my go-tos. I love getting into fantastical worlds and everything. I will eventually kind of spread my wings and go into something more, less flights of fantasy stuff. I read a couple Tom Clancy books. They're fine. Funnily enough, a lot of their war thrillers I saw as better movies than I thought they were books. But Tom Clancy is a pretty good writer. It's amazing that he's still making books and video games now that he's dead. Did you ever hear about the Wheel of Time series? Yes! Wheel of Time. Is that the one is that the series that has the map of time as the first book?
Thanks, Mrs. Weasley.
Gilderoy Lockhart signing copies of his latest book in Flourish and Blots. We were thinking of going in to see him. Would you like to come with us, Harry?
Oh, well, okay then. Thanks.
He's just so... Oh, Lockhart. Yay. Sneak is a different kind of energy drink. Maybe I'll try if I ever said... Yeah, there's a couple easy fixes you can do. When you take your PlayStation 2 apart, be very careful for the ribbon cable that connects the power buttons, the power and the eject buttons in the front. It's very easy to tear that, and you won't be able to turn your system on. The ribbon cables are very easy to buy. You can get replacements for a couple cents on eBay, but it's just a pain in the ass thing you don't want to fix. So just be careful when you're opening it. Then you just take the you open up the screw at the very top of the system where the DVD lens is. Open it up. You'll see the lens. Pull the tray out, and you'll see the lens right underneath. There are two white gears. You can rotate them until the lens resets itself, and then just give a good cotton swab clean with some cleaning alcohol. And that normally fixes almost every disc read error issue I've ever encountered with a PS2. No, the first book was The Eyes of the World, I think it was. Okay, so a different book series, okay. There was a book I really liked reading called The Map of Time. Which was pretty fantastic. Oh, hey, Bowser, how's it going? I can send you one of my short stories I did a while ago tomorrow morning. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Either, you can send it to Twitter or just send it to my email, actually. I just use the same email I use for everything else for the Hidden Gems review at yahoo.com. And yes, Yahoo account, I know, it's so old and so integrated into my YouTube channel now. It's just just whatever. But I think Map of Time went on to eventually just be a trilogy. And it was originally a Spanish book. But I extremely remember liking that. The whole book series, the whole book of The Map of Time was about people reading H.G. Wells novels. And they really liked, I was about to say, and they especially, absolutely fell in love with the concept of time travel just based off his book for the time machine. And I do not want to spoil the book because it's actually really good. So I absolutely refuse to spoil it, but definitely read Map of Time, especially if you want a book that decides it's going to go into great length about the size of H.G. Wells' penis, which was one of the most head-turning okay moments I ever had in a book. It touts itself as like a young adult novel, but there's so many mentions of like sex and things like that, and I'm like, yeah, okay. This more leans towards adult, but it's really good, and it always seems like there's like some fantastical elements happening through it, but there's also kind of a ruse every time too. It's interesting. It's a really good book. I didn't read the other two because I can't imagine it being better after the first one because the first book resolves everything so well. But great books. I would recommend reading Map of Time. Just with some of this silly, stupid shit in it. Yeah. But going pretty well. Haven't played this me either. No, I tested it for a little bit just to get it running on the emulator. And I'm so happy it's running in like full widescreen and everything. It looks so good. Send it to you in the morning on Twitter. Be critical as you wish. Sure, yeah. In charge of both Nintendo America and the Koopa Army. I love that when was it David Bowser? I think it's David Bowser, right? When he took over, they just played right off that.
No, surely not. It is. It's Harry Potter!
Potter! Wells. Did I say Wells? Pretty sure I said H.G. Wells, didn't I?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the perfect moment for me to make an important announcement.
But yeah, definitely read Map of Time. It's great.
This term, I will be taking up the post of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry.
Look at that dorky ass Malfoy.
Didn't you, Potter? Famous Harry Potter.
Can't even go to a bookshop without making the front page.
Leave him alone. He didn't want all that.
Potter's got a girlfriend.
Parents will go hungry for a month to pay for all the books you're going to need at Hogwarts. Here, girl, take this one. It's the least I can do to help out the poor and needy.
I love that it's so obvious he gives her the freaking journal in this.
Let me give you some coaching, Harry. Fame is a fickle friend, and I would encourage you to be careful how you play the fame game, so to speak. Be sparing with your public appearances at first, and watch the company you keep.
Harry!
Why, I remember the time when I was writing my second bestseller, Gadding with Ghouls.
Harry, we've missed the train!
I believe the more exposure I got in the press, the better my career would progress.
Missed the train?
Trouble was, I became overexposed.
Yes! The Hogwarts Express left 5 minutes ago!
And it wasn't until I
What have we been doing here this whole time?
3 weeks.
Oh no! What are we going to do?
Subsequently leaking the story to the Prophet.
Well, I know that Dad took the flying car to work this morning. It's parked in Charing Cross Road.
That I'd been captured by
Jesus,
trolls,
Lucius.
tease,
Okay, it's our only chance of getting to school on time.
that I managed to regain my former prominent position as the world's most popular wizard. Harry?
Oh.
Oh.
Also, speaking of Lucius in this, I think that's the same voice actor that does Maze in Fable. It sounds exactly like it. Lockhart doesn't seem to. Yeah, it's Lockhart.
Outside the leaky cauldron.
We're so late, but take your time here. No rush. Wait, so it's not Dobby's fault? Oh yeah, like Dobby. Well, Dobby gets mentioned at the beginning of the game. But like that's about it. Actually, Dobby's like really low key in this game, which is funny because in the I think it's the PlayStation 1 version and the Game Boy Colored and Advanced version, yeah, Dobby's still like front and center.
Did you remember to get your potion file from Mole Peppers, Harry?
Yo, buddy, we're almost at your place with food. With food? Oh! Oh my god. Jeez. Okay, so that's my brother-in-law. Say hi. But they just asked Lockhart for help. He is a teacher. I know he's like... You'd think. I was about to say, especially in the case of this game. So I'm gonna have to take a quick break just to go grab dinner in a second. But I'm just setting it aside. I'll be right back. Thanks very much, Dubs. Anything else I'm missing? I think I got all the cards with all the chests.
Nope.
Yep, got
not
everything.
through there.
Okay. So we just gotta head out. Back in the day when you get a dozen different versions of different games for good or... Here. Alright, I'll be right back. Just give me a second. Okay, and we're back. So you ever have that weird wholesome moment where your family decides to invade your stream to come give you dinner? No, actually, I live, where my current apartment is, I live, like, not too far away from where my parents were. They used to live about 2 hours away, but then they moved closer, and now they're just down the road. It's like, okay, maybe I should move and see if they move with me. Alright, well, let's continue with the game.
You can't go to Hogwarts until you get your potion.
Oh, yeah.
Snape will kill you.
Completely forgot. One store we didn't visit yet. Let's see. That one... This one? Yeah. But yeah, going back on the whole Lockhart thing. Oh yeah, like, why couldn't they have just asked him? I was about to say, in this universe, they could have just asked him, of course, with the games, because it was a lot different in the movie and the book, of course.
How much is this potion vial?
It costs 8 sickles.
I'd like to buy that, please.
And that's the last time we'll ever need sickles again.
Thank you. You're very welcome to fill your potion.
Because from this point on, the currency is beans.
The Wiggenweld's in the large cauldron, over there.
Kind of like that the health system in this is a bit like medieval. Hagrid's right there, Harry! Literally, just ask Hagrid, hey Hagrid, by the way, so since we don't have to illegally get to the school in my parents' car, could you just, give us a lift the same way you go? He can't leave yet. He needs his flesh-eating slug repellent. Yeah, going back on the dozens of different versions of different games, yeah, for good or ill. Yeah, and again, the Harry Potter games were kind of treated very well in that front. There weren't too many bad Harry Potter games, at least till, like, the Deathly Hallow ones, which are dreadful.
Ready to go to Hogwarts, Harry? You know, Ron, I'm really not sure about this. We've got to get to school, haven't we? And even underage wizards are allowed to use magic if it's a real emergency.
A real emergency of missing school.
The restriction thingy.
Sounds like their parents wouldn't have found a way to just get them there anyways.
What's it look like? I'm doing all right, aren't I? Yeah, I suppose. So far.
I have complete faith in your abilities, Ron.
Harry! There's Hogwarts straight ahead!
That's not Hogwarts. That's a tree. Just gets ejected. Yeah, good seatbelt features on that magical car.
Ron! Ron! Where are you? Over here, Harry! The Whooping Willow's got me! Don't worry, Ron. I'll come and get you. Just hold on. I can't do anything else.
I love that they made the Whopping Will in this just like this, like, absolute evil thing with freaking eyeballs and platforms you can walk on. It's so menacing. Ah! Oh, nope, back up. Well, we're, like, completely out of beans now to buy anything. We might have to actually grind. Yes, you do actually have to grind for beans in this. And much like anything with grinding, there is a way to exploit it. Yeah, this is great and everything, Ron. I'm gonna save your life in just a second, but, yeah. Need to look around for cards. Let's just hope this doesn't turn into Army of Darkness. Oh my god, the tree. I used to have my, I used to watch the, Army of Darkness trilogy with, the Evil Dead movies and everything with my ex-girlfriend. And she always questioned the tree, like, every single time. She's like, why is the tree doing that? It's like, what does the tree get out of it and everything else? I'm like, look, it's an Evil Dead movie, okay? It's about to, you're taking this too seriously. You're thinking about this way too much. Wow, my spells work great on that thing. Every single time he says Lumos, I, like, slightly, in the back of my head, I hear blue balls. And then I have a slight immature chuckle and continue on with my day. Wasn't there... I think we just gotta get Ron down first? Kinda reminds me of Oogie Boogie's second... Yeah! Like when the house grows? Yeah, I always thought of that when I was a kid, too. There we go. Never take anything from the Evil Dead. Yeah, exactly. It's like, why are you taking this seriously? Because by the time you get to Army of Darkness, it's like, okay, he literally has a shotgun and a chainsaw for an arm. Okay? I mean, he has a chainsaw for an arm, is running around with a shotgun. It's like, how are you trying to take this seriously at all? Don't think about it. Just enjoy the stupid silliness that it is. Because it's fantastic. Yeah, I always thought that when I was a kid, too. I was about to say, with the big tree and everything. Although the nice thing about this tree is it's not as much of a pain in the ass to... Yeah, I'm just walking by that. I don't care. We'll be able to get more beans later. Wow, game, you're really out for me today. It's not as much of a pain in the ass if you fall off of it like in Oogie Boogies. It's like, well, time to go all the way back up because you accidentally locked onto one Heartless incorrectly. Stop that. No, there's actually a really easy spot to grind out beans, and you kind of need to do it for the beginning, because you want the bag that holds more beans. Yeah, when I say this was very Zelda-like, I mean it. You can even increase the size of your rupee bag in this. Which is why I kind of find it even funnier that the Game Boy Color game actually uses the real currency system that's used for the Harry Potter series, where it's like 27 nuts to a sickle, and then however many to a galleon. Remember, kids, Voldemort says... Can you imagine? Like, I'm seriously imagining someone making that scenario right now, where it's just Voldemort just going like, wow, I'm the ultimate incarnate of evil, and even I'm not that bad to, like, disallow a trans from joining my group. Come on, guys. Seriously, I'll take all the evil help I can get. More minions? Don't care. Unless they're filthy mudbloods. Frickin' mudbloods. Oh no! Little mini trans that we get to blow up! Hilarious. Yeah, I don't think we've done anything with beating them up. I'm just trying to get my beanstalk back. Ha! Beanstalk. Hilarious. I didn't even intentionally try to make that joke. It just came out. I'm sorry. Oh, wait, don't we have to pick up one of these and throw them over there?
Flipendo!
Yeah, there's a bomb or something we had to throw. There, up. Oh, this one's just holding one. Yeah, that's right. Oh, boom. There it is. They look like mini Groots. I'm Groot. Oh, so here's the thing with anything that, any of these. There's an area later on that drops a crap ton of beans. You get more beans. It kind of works in the same way that, like, the 10 coin blocks work in the Mario games, where you just gotta hit them as fast as possible to get the most out of your beans. Another thing the game doesn't tell you is just casting the spell like this is slower than doing this. So you can, like, max out your friggin' bean counter real quick. Harry, the forest is trying to kill you. For real, Baldi only values magical blood, so he wouldn't care about gender or as long as it doesn't get... Yeah, right? So evil, and yet, unless you don't have magical blood, he's an equal opportunity employer. It's perfect! But yeah, sometimes when you hit something, a bean doesn't come out. You've got about, like, I think it's like 5 or 6 seconds to hit it. Oh no, this roll down here conveniently gives me a way to actually get to where I need to. So long, everybody! He does hate magical creatures, though, so half giants would face his screen. This is Hogwarts. Everything's trying to... Ain't that the truth? I find it funny, too, because, like, it's... It's like, well, this just looks like the Forbidden Forest, but the Whomping Willow is, like, close to the Forbidden Forest? It's not actually in it, in this series, but it's just like, we're so boned. Oh my god, look at that background, Skyball. Look at that texture. That is such 64 there. Looks so good. Look at that. That's beautiful. I love playing old games like this and looking at the texture work and everything else. Just imagining a time where we looked at games like this, and this was the epitome of just like, graphics can't get better than this. This looks so good. Most of our imaginations are kind of running wild with how these games actually looked. But no, I could still go back and play something like this. I just enjoy it graphically. Now, if I have the option to play it in a higher resolution, oh, I'll go for it, definitely. Again, being able to play this with a widescreen patch, and the game just natively runs at 60 frames anyways, it looks so nice. Plus, this is a very colorful game. Bloop, bloop. Get off. Gotta get all of our cards before we can't come back here anymore.
Number 6. Glanmore Peaks.
The Sea Serpent of Cromer. Yeah, I always thought it funny with the wizarding cards, because, like, they didn't have to go completely, over the top with giving them descriptions and meaning and everything else, because the wizarding cards were always just kind of a throwaway thing in the books. But they decided to fully embrace it as not only a collectible, but it's a fun collectible. You're collecting cards, they have cool info on them. I just have to jump off. Just jump off, Harry. Oh, whoa, no, I hit it. Sound effects when you pick up beans. Sounds like alarms. We're distracting. There was kind of a, like, mentality I had with this, too, that, like, most all the pickups and everything sounded like that, for the same reason that a lot of pickups sound the way they do in, you know, Banjo-Kazooie and Mario's and things like that. It's uniquely satisfying. So every time you pick up a bean for me, it's just kind of like, yeah, bean sounds. But distracting, definitely. Alright, was that all the chests here? I do not want to be missing something. Because, like I said earlier, there are missable cards. You can, in fact, miss a bunch of them. And the GameCube version is the only way you can have a chance to get them back if you miss them. Again, if you plug in the Game Boy Advance version, you unlock Gringotts for the GameCube, and it lets you pick up any cards you previously missed. Or you just get duplicates of ones you already had. Yeah, if I have the opportunity or the hardware to, I will run these games the best I can. Which was kind of the unfortunate thing for me when I was playing Illbleed. I played it on the Dreamcast because my experience with oh yeah, our first boss fight. With every single generic wolf sound in the world. Oh no, my beans! Specifically, it reminds me of the Warfare. Oh yeah, like when you get an alert, it does kind of sound like that. Wow, what a bunch of jerks. Seriously, you take so little damage from stuff attacking you in this. The main thing that'll upset you is you're gonna lose beans. Alright, let's actually beat these things. You jerk. Hang on. Why did the spell stop? What a boss fight. Gosh, I've been trying to do so much catching up in Warframe now. They just had that, double affinity for the last 12 days. I did so much focus farming. Oh my god, I maxed out a whole school and unbound every single skill on it. I'm just like, yep, that's when you know it was too much. And now they're doing a double credits, and what I didn't realize is that credit boosters and double credit weekends, or whenever they do the events, they count for the index. Because originally I remember they didn't. So now, if you get a credit booster with the 4 times, you just run the first section of index twice, and you get like 800,000 credits. So right now is the perfect time to get money in Warframe if you're looking to do it. What a boss fight. Yeah, you get health so easily. Actually, there are some boss fights later on in this game that are a severe pain in the ass. And some of the duels later, too. They're so... Yeah. I think that's all the ones down here, right? Oh, wow, was that from me? I'm sorry. Tenno, our mission is to assassinate Voldemort. I'm your collaborator. Our assassination target is here, Tenno. They've summoned Death Eaters. Get ready for a fight. Yeah, we still haven't gotten through our, another potion. No, just the one down. Ah, you jerks. Alright, where are you? Oh, it's up there. Get over here! Oh, back up. Ah, and just like Zelda, you don't have a jump button. You just have an auto jump in this. Now, one of the, that was one of my, like, greatest joys playing this, though, is it just kind of felt like I was playing another Zelda game. Which was also one of the reasons I enjoyed Star Fox Adventures when I was younger, too. It doesn't hold up as well, but I still don't think Star Fox Adventures is a bad game. It's one of those where, like, I play it, it still feels like a rare game, you know? And it's just like, I guess if everyone kind of knew what Rare was going to eventually become later on with the Microsoft buyout, where it was just kind of, you know, it was the greatest hits of their biggest disappointments for a while, then I think people would have kind of looked back more at Star Fox Adventures and went, you know, that game wasn't as bad as I thought. That's just kind of how I feel about it now. It's like, you know, it's fine. Look, it didn't kill Star Fox, though. Nintendo killed Star Fox. I'll begrudgingly agree to that till the day I die. Or until they actually make a Star Fox game worth it, damn. I actually only beat Second Dream yesterday. Oh my gosh. Everyone's first time with Second Dream is one of the greatest things in Warframe. Second Dream was what solidified me as like, yep, this is probably my favorite free-to-play game. Second Dream is phenomenal. And like, I mean, spoilers for Second Dream and everything, of course, though, but once you get your operator, and it's just like, yeah, you get to make this now, and I'm like, what? Blew my mind. Absolutely. Once I got to the end of that quest. Alright, there was... I was about to say the path should have opened down. Should be a path that opened up after I did that. No? Can't go back. I played this game so much. How am I forgetting stuff? Pretty sure there was just another hole that you crawl into. This one? Yep, okay. Yeah, no, I have to occasionally take long breaks from Warframe though. Just to keep my sanity in check. Because I'll get to a point where I'm grinding so much that it starts upsetting me. I don't know. I'd have to look very carefully with my eyeballs. Thing's not breaking his spine. The tree is just an actual sentient asshole in this one. I love it. Wah! Wah! Trying to do Lady Gaga over there, man? Thanks, Hedwig. You're the best. Car! Put it down. Thanks. Do that again, but don't hit me. Again, losing health isn't what's annoying every time you get hit. It's losing beans. Every single time I have to think about grinding out beans again, I'm just like, I get upset. It's like, no, no. And it's not so bad now, because we only have 50. Edward, why can't you just... That back here? Also, boss fight. Ron is the weak point. Tree actually trying to kill you today. Not maim or viciously harm. Thanks, Tree. Again, beans. Oh my gosh. The worst part about losing beans isn't just picking them up like you're friggin' Sonic. No, it's that beans can get stuck in spots where you can't pick them up again. He lived!
Thanks, Harry. Much appreciated. Oh, it was nothing. Anyway, we better get a move on. We don't want Professor Snape catching us out so late. Why don't you try that door, Harry?
Speaking of Professor Snape, here comes the Womp Womp.
The only thing I'm not looking forward to this term is seeing Snape. Let's just hope he's left because he missed out on the defense against the dark arts job again.
Chortle, chortle.
Or he might have been sacked. I mean, everyone hates him.
Rude.
Or maybe he's waiting to hear why you two didn't arrive on the Hogwarts Express.
Professor Snape, we were...
In my search of the grounds, I noticed that considerable damage seems to have been done to a very valuable Whomping Willow. I will be speaking with...
I love that Snape in this is just more like cold and calculated instead of just being...
Silence!
Yes.
I would advise you both to make your way immediately to the Gryffindor Common Room.
But Professor Snape, we...
Go, and count yourselves lucky. If I should catch either of you out after tonight, I will definitely deduct house points.
Come on, Harry. I'll meet you outside the entrance hall.
No, I loved Alan Rickman as Snape was just it's just kind of the perfect casting. Speaking of Alan Rickman, I gotta watch Dogma again at some point. I love that movie.
Better do as Snape says.
Nah. Snape looks like he's just a tall Lord Farquaad. He kind of does. I love that because the music doing that happens in the actual game, the actual console too, where it changes like that. It's like, oh, it's playing the daytime. Nope, it's night. Ah, ghost hurt me. Don't talk to the ghost. I like that the ghosts are actually in this game, though, because, like, you never see Jeeves in the movie. Peeves, not Jeeves. Yes, Ask Jeeves. Yeah, you never see Peeves in the movies, and that always... peeved me off. Actually, we don't see any of the other ghosts until Deathly Hallows, which is infuriating. Besides, obviously, nearly Headless Nick.
Come on, Harry, get to the common room.
I don't recommend the most unique voice.
I'll get through there.
I still believe his voice was created by mortal vocal cords. No, his delivery on everything was great. But even on like roles where it was kind of, you know, ho hum and everything, it always felt like he put that just kind of, you know, dull, drolling energy into it, like every time. I love when he played the robot in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Oh, time to lose beans. Hang on. Jerks? Alright, I gotta test something quick. Hang on. Nope.
That's locked.
That's annoying. So like I said, I imported my save from my actual GameCube, which has the Game Boy Advance link activated to get to Gringotts. It's just not working here. I wonder if someone has an action replay code for getting into Gringotts. I find that fascinating. The ghost just hurt you, but why? Your guess is as good as mine. All the ghosts hurt you, like so. I like the idea that you can get killed just casually walking around Hogwarts, though. Not even like going to restricted sections or anything like that. You're walking around at night while the ghosts are there, and it's just like, yeah, you shouldn't have done that, Harry. Now you get to die. The other nice thing about playing this on an emulator is the load times are quick. They're pretty quick on the GameCube, too, but they're a lot faster here. One of these... No. And we also have to watch out because different days can also have chests. If I recall correctly, a chest will actually appear under this,
Get a move on, Harry.
Shut up, Ron. I'm exploring. Will, show up there during the daytimes, but during the night, it's gone.
Get a move on, Harry.
Shut up! I gotta search desks and get killed. Sick. What flavor is that one, Harry? All the other bad ones, you'll always say what the flavors are for. It's just gonna be that, isn't it? It's gonna be him screaming. Actually, I forget if there's any chests at night.
Get a move on, Harry.
I think the chests only show up during the daytime. Let's see. Because I know there's at least one chest in one of these rooms. And I might have to throw a stink pellet at Ron in a second here. I'm exploring Hogwarts. Let me explore.
Get a move on, Harry.
Yeah, I need to get health back. That's kind of the big thing right now.
I'm up here, Harry.
Oh my god, if it shuts you up. Save getting cards for another time, Ron. You know, there's a secret entrance we could use to...
Why, if it isn't young...
Ah! Don't kill me!
How are you?
Like I said, it's Hogwarts, everything's... Yeah, exactly.
It would be, Nick, if Professor Snape hadn't caught us.
Get up on the Hydra's back, Harry!
Sometimes the reason escapes me. Yes, you shouldn't be up this late, you know. Better get back to the Gryffindor common room before Professor Snape catches you again. Goodbye.
Bye, Nick.
Where's the punch Ron square in the nose button? Unfortunately, there's no square button on the GameCube controller, so we don't have one. Also, yeah, like, Hogwarts has, like, secret entrances and everything in this, too. It just, it was so cool as a kid. Oh, yeah. Whoever played Mario 64, because some of these books want us dead. There's better ways to grind. I don't even know why I'm doing this. Yeah, there's a secret entrance right here. Oh, with these stupid turtles we can't do anything about yet. Can we? No, we can't knock them over. No, we do get to murder them later, though.
Get a move on, Harry.
How am I still hearing you all the way through these freaking secret chambers, you dick? So none of... Wow. That was immediate. Alright, so yeah, none of the chests are showing up, so there's no point. No point being out here. You! Get out of here. Yeah, no, we don't want to waste the stink pellets. The stink pellets are...
Come on, Harry. Hurry up.
The stink pellets are for the express purpose of making sure you don't get caught when you're walking around at night. Mario 64 is still one of the most magical, wonder-filled games. Yeah, it's a game I've never gotten sick of. Even after all these years, I can go back and play Mario 64 and just have a huge smile on my face. It's a game that even, like, if you're trying to go back and play it with a 64 controller, which I know a lot of people rag on the 64 controller, you know, it's kind of a relic of its time, but it's still fine to me. It's still a very enjoyable game, just, like, all around. Nintendo, just always... alright, I'm done. Done. Really just wanted to get my health back up, but never mind! Unless we pretty much last all the beans we've saved up. Okay, something's seriously going on with the music. It's not supposed to be sounding like that.
I can't get into the common room, Harry. She wants the password.
Of course I want the password. How am I to know that you...
Get a move on, Harry. Tosses Ron. Ron breaks his legs on the way down. Ron! Get a move on.
Look, just tell us the new password, Hermione.
Oh, very well then.
Wattlebird.
I'll meet you inside, Harry.
Of course, the unfortunate part about that is no lesson would actually be learned because Ron wouldn't be, you know, crippled for the rest of his life. We live in a magical school. So, you know, Madame Pomfrey would just fix his legs good as new and go, yeah, okay, Harry, how about you just don't do that again? Alright, so, now that we don't have... Get a move on, Harry! Actually, I'm waiting for Ron to just start screaming.
Get in that way.
From inside the Wallies, and you just hear, get a move on, Harry! So, if I remember, it's the next floor down. Hell? Oh yeah, the staircases sometimes. You little shits. Yeah, grinding at night's just no good. But we're gonna need the 50 beans. So... Nope, not here. There's a little hallway you can go into. I'm trying to remember where it is. This is the... Is this the classroom? This is the classroom. Psh! Yeah, like I could avoid that.
Not through there.
And all the beans are now stuck on the other side of the wall. Even small things like how game starts out in an area where you can practice almost... Yeah, I was about to say, that was the big design philosophy for Mario. Was that it had to be fun to actually move around in. Beforehand. Yeah, every single area just kind of giving you some time to explore with the new physics and everything. Mario is very intelligently designed, and that's why it still works to this day. a lot of games aren't fun to go back and play anymore, because a lot of the mechanics and everything else, you know, just kind of aged badly. This is the one, right? No, not this one. I'm forgetting what floor this was on. This is the room. Okay, this is the best place to grind beans in the entire game. Alright, so just do this. And you always want to make sure you have full health when you grind beans. Otherwise, it just gives you, you know, pumpkin pasties, and all you're doing then is just wasting your time. Yep, and then after you do that, you just walk out and then walk back in. And we'll get 50 beans in no time. Mad strats from when we were kids. Now, unfortunately, as you'll notice, they don't always drop beans. Just hit it a couple extra times, and occasionally you'll get it, but they don't always drop 5. It's guaranteed 5 the very first time you go into the room on a new day. And then every time after that, it's just whatever the hell the game feels like giving you. But since we just need one more... I'm pretty sure it's done this way to, you know, encourage going around the castle more. But since you can just walk in and out of most doors and grind out beans, it's whatever. Plus, unlike actual games where you have to grind, it doesn't take long at all. And there's just a nice guaranteed way to do it. Let's not get hit by any freaking ghosts. Please and thank you. Go away. Go away. Wattle bird.
Wattle bird.
Nice. Yeah, this mic's so sensitive, it's literally picking up me just setting the controller down, just softly. We're about to get a cutscene once we get down here. Hey, look, it's the not Mona Lisa. I always thought that was funny every time I played this. And then it's not Elsa from Frozen. And of course I get to make that joke because this game came out in 2003, way before Frozen came out, so...
Hey Harry, Fred and George have set up a shop. You can trade all kinds of things with them for spells and really wicked stuff.
Wicked!
Wow, I must go and see them. Where are they? Go through that door and through the reading room. There's a portrait on the other side. What's the password? Liberty Gibbet.
Liberty Gibbet.
Watch out for Percy. He hates being disturbed when he's studying.
Thankfully, there's always a guaranteed way to get past Percy. So what can the Foundry make with beans? More potatoes. Beans will bring back,
Hey!
You never have to actually watch out for Percy. If you just run for the door, he can never catch you.
You finally made it then. Heard about the Ford Anglia. Mum's gonna kill Ron when she finds out. I bet it was worth it to see Snape's face when you landed.
Sort of.
Really?
Anyway, welcome to our shop, Harry.
Yes. Feel free to browse our extensive range of wizard wheezes and magical merchandise.
Please and thank
Everything
you.
priced at reasonable rates and the only currency universally accepted throughout Hogwarts. Bertie Bott's every flavour beans.
We're sure there's something
You're
here
used
you'll
to him
like.
saying it like that. Because every single time he reads one of these, it's like, 30 Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Every time. And this is where more of the, like, fun Zelda influence came from with this, because it's like, oh, you know, a shop where you can buy stuff. You can even buy spells. Well, a spell. Which we can't buy yet.
100 Bertie Bott's every flavour
Because that.
beans.
Pepper's like, stop, don't, come back.
How much is this
We
Bertie
need
Bott's
this.
beanbag?
20 Bertie Bott's every flavour beans.
I'd like to buy that, please.
Definitely need that.
You can now carry more Bertie Bott's every flavour beans, Harry.
Feel free to spend as long as you like here.
Literally, we don't care. Wait. Okay, and then... Okay. I love that. Okay, what the hell's going on with the camera, though? Never happened before. Wait, okay, there, the music's back. Just one of those really, like, silly things we noticed when we were kids. Then, I think... exit is right there. And that lets you get out.
Non-explodable luminous balloons are a great way to distract prefects and annoy Percy.
Alright, well, we can buy all the cards later. Still got 30 beans.
What does this cost?
Hey, Harry, we got this sweet muggle toy. They call it an AK-47.
I'd like to buy that, please.
Yeah, we're gonna need that.
With the balloon holster, you can carry loads more non-explodable luminous balloons. If there's anything you'd like to know about, just ask.
And I think we can just buy some balloons, and we're out for now.
What do they cost?
20 Bertie Bott's
nope,
every
guess
flavour
not.
beans. Oh.
Don't use the product, Harry! Also, kind of like with like that fun thing that Psychonauts did, where you can use all of your abilities on everyone for different reactions. You can kind of do the same thing in this too. Everyone has different reactions to you using stuff in front of them. The X button right next to the hand icon looks like that press button to nut me. My gosh, I haven't seen that in forever. Okay, so I love that this secret entrance to get back in is right here. It's like, okay, Harry, why can't you just go that way every time, you know? Alright, we get a spell later on to get past that.
Okay, Harry, it's been a long day. Really tired and I'm off to bed.
Yep. Especially with these hands of mine. I gotta get these looked at. One thing that always weirded me out with this particular setup for the Gryffindor common room is, okay, so there was two different staircases going up to the boys and the girls' dormitories in both the book and the movie. And in this, it's just like, oh, well, I guess it's only the boys' dorm. One of those weird things. I wonder which bed is mine. Ron? Ron, I thought you were going to bed. Where'd you go? Don't play this trick on me. It's been a long day of me telling you to get a move on. Get a move on, Harry! Yay, it's daytime. We can actually do things now.
Morning, Ron. Do you know what class we've got first? I heard there's flying.
Heck yeah.
You heard right. I'll meet you downstairs in the entrance hall.
Now, the other really cool thing that I loved about Chamber of Secrets is doing the minigames and everything for the classes was actually rewarding. You always got cool things for it. And I still think the flying class still gives you the best reward out of all of them. Because if you pass every single one of the tests with flying colors, you just get a Nimbus 2000 that you can hop on and explore the entire Hogwarts school ground with. That just kind of blew my mind when I was a kid. You could fly all around friggin' Hogwarts. That is so neat. Plus, it helped that a lot of the mini-games themselves were fun. Alright. Now, before we get to class, we gotta do a little bit of collectible hunting. Thankfully, most of the stuff out here you really don't have to worry about missing. This room always confused me. So, I think the entire point of it was just to show that there's a secret entrance over here. But it's just like, okay, you didn't need a whole room dedicated to that, especially since, you know, that's not hard to see. But again, you know, 5-year-olds are definitely playing this game. You know, when we were kids, we were playing this game. Gotta idiot-proof it at least a little. So it made sense. Put the Nimbus 2000 into Final Fantasy 15. Oh, I loved... Oh, we can't get that chest yet. That's right. Actually, I don't think we can get a lot of the chests in the secret areas. Put Nimbus 2000 into Final Fantasy 15. I loved the Regalia Type F in that. Your endgame reward was you got to go around and actually fly in the cars. That was neat. I really liked it. I know there was a lot of people who didn't like 15, but 15 was a surprise for me. I enjoyed the game, really got into its story and its characters. It's hardly the worst Final Fantasy game I've played, like, on a scale. It doesn't come close to some of the worst in the series. But I do understand why people don't like it. There is a lot of half-assed mechanics and everything else in it that just really takes away from some of the enjoyment. I was about to say, a lot of the open world stuff really isn't implemented that great. And, yeah, the story's simple. I was about to say, it's not as, like, bullshit impossible to get into. You better read up on the dictionary as, you know, 13 and its sequels were. But, if you really wanted to get invested in it, there was a lot of, you know, you had to watch the anime, you had to watch the movie, and now you're gonna have to read a book because they killed the second season pass. I forget, I don't, you little shit. I forget if the book actually came out or not in the US. I know it's been out in Japan for a while. Oh yeah, it's over here. I'm just waiting for someone to make the Hogwarts equivalent to Bully. God, wouldn't that be cool? Oh, no joke. Like, absolute no joke. Grand Theft Auto's fine. I mean, it's a great series and everything else, but I loved Bully. Like, I enjoyed that more than I enjoyed 3 or Vice City. I still think San Andreas is probably my favorite.
Xavier Rastrick.
But oh my gosh, I would love a Bully sequel. To have it be just as open-ended as Grand Theft Auto. Just the potential there just kind of boggles my mind. I'd love to see that. Congratulations, it's the box that has a shit ton of beans in it. I don't know why these boxes have so many beans, but this is another great way to grind. Unfortunately, it's not quite as reliable as the room where you bash the 3 seals, because there's enemies in the way of this one, and they will make you just lose beans. So it's just a little annoying. And if these ones come back. Well, they do. Okay. Arden says Transformers. Yeah, again, this, like, ultimate great, like, Maleficent evil. Like, this friggin' force. Like Arden would be far more acceptable of it than J.K. Rowling. I just find it. I love how one of the sounds in your clicks. Yeah, it's. I always love that because it's just like, oh hey, it's got all these flavors. And then occasionally, you know, you pick up a actual stinker. Yeah. Yeah. What's up? No. No. Nope, yep, and this is the other shortcut. I can't actually go that. Alright, now I know I turned down the music, but I don't understand why there's just no music right now.
Hello, Nick. What's the matter?
I'm losing my head over this.
It's just that Sir properly decapitated Potmore won't let me join the headless hunt. Apparently, they only accept huntsmen whose heads have completely parted company with their bodies.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Not to worry, young Potter. As I said, it's a matter of no importance.
Well, bye. All right. Ah, look at the staircases move. Okay, yeah, seriously, why isn't the correct music playing right now? It's playing like the secret passage ambience noises. Hogwarts is suddenly like really creepy now. Just listen to this. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. What the hell? Oh, too low. There we go. If it's every flavor, do some beans taste it? If someone figured out what depression tastes like, sure. I'm pretty sure there's some alcohol out there that just tastes like depression. I'd probably have to classify it as any beer ever. I can't stand the stuff. That or, what's that freaking drink where it's like a cream, like beer, whatever the hell it's. It's like Malua? No, I don't know. I don't know my beer. Speaking of, we need Aloha more, for that chest. Oh, we can get this one back here. Cool. Now, thankfully, the Hogwarts chests aren't missable. I think we got past all the missable ones.
Number 91.
Oh, no, we didn't. Because some of the, some of the dungeons we have to go into, require, have some cards in them, so, yeah. Kahlua, that's it, yep. Kahlua. That's the one. I don't know why I thought it started with an M. I must be thinking of a different drink. I think there is a drink called Malua. Luia? That might have been the one I was thinking of. Someone cover this one in schnappt. Kahlua. Yeah, I remember having some Kahlua a while back. I'm just like, how can anyone drink this? This is miserable. This is my broken hopes and dreams put into an aluminum can. And if it's every flavor, it doesn't include really sketchy stuff. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? Did you see that? There was like a shadow on the ground there. It was just like a... There it is! What the hell? I've never seen that before. I'm gonna look up quick. I'm gonna wait for that shadow now. Nothing. I wonder if they hide some of the ghosts and the books, like, up there so that they're not there during the day. Although that's weird. If you're gonna do that, that's still taking up resources.
That's locked.
Oh, that really bothers me. But yeah, on the back on the sketchy stuff topic, I think so. It is every flavor. Plus, if I remember correctly, one of the like in the book when it's they're describing some of the flavors, they say that some of the stuff is just like beyond foul. And I'm just like, yeah, I mean, it's got to get worse than like vomit, you know. Yeah, what the... Yeah, I've never seen that before in this game. Can I?
Oh, locked.
Yeah, yeah, I don't think I can. Yeah, and then there's the Great Hall, which the game never lets you go into till the end of the game, and it's just a cutscene. Actually, can you go in there later? For some reason, my brain is remembering there's a chest in there, but the other side of my brain is just like, no, you're just remembering it wrong. And then there's Neville. And Neville is always here for your minigames. That's his purpose in this game, is to give you minigames. It's great.
Although you all apparently learned to fly last year, the apparently is directed at you, Mr. Longbottom.
Ouch.
A brief refresher course is in order. Potter, let's see if you still have that natural flying ability. First of all, I want to test your broom control.
Broom, broom.
Fly up and hover a few feet from the ground.
Oh, wait, I forgot, are the controls reversed or not? I gotta play with reverse controls.
Now, fly back down to the ground and hover above it.
Nope, they're not reversed. Yes, I want that, please.
You seem to have lost none of your natural flying ability. Let's move on to something a little more difficult.
Like playing Superman 64.
Comprised of enchanted rings. What you must do is to fly through as many of these rings as possible in the correct order.
The Weasley cars, the regalia type.
Begin.
I don't know, which one do you think would handle better? Oh my gosh. No, okay. Not having inverted controls is actually pissing me off. Much better. I can't stand that when I'm playing flying games and the controls aren't reversed. I played so much Star Fox 64, it's just ingrained into my skull.
Where a grade will be awarded depending on how well you complete the course. You must fly
Didn't need to throw that shit. Yeah, seriously, Madam Hooch, what the hell?
I created several new enchantments for the rings, causing some to move and others to shrink as you approach them. When you're ready, Mr. Potter, you may begin.
We're on a time limit, boy, let's go! And when I was a kid, I didn't actually, like, I didn't pass the exam with, like, flying colors like I did before. So I didn't know that you actually got the Nimbus Broom as a reward for this. And it just kind of blew my mind when you know, eventually I replayed it, when I bought it myself. And I was like, oh yeah, you can just kind of fly all over the place, wherever you want. Like, what? It was just so cool. And unlike Superman 64, it's not the entire game.
An outstanding display, Mr.
Yay!
Potter. You receive the highest grade, a distinction. Well done. If you want to practice flying, Mr. Potter, come over here.
Over here?
That was exhausting, Harry. I'm off to bed. See you later.
What a day of classes. Imagine school was only one day. I think to get the broom, I have to play it again.
Ah, Mr. Potter. Let's get started. Right. Now for the examination, where a grade will be awarded depending on how well you complete the course. You must fly through as many rings as you can in a set time. I've created several new enchantments for the rings, causing some to move and others to shrink as you approach them. When you're ready, Mr. Potter, you may begin.
I remember when I was younger, I tried to play the Quidditch World Cup, but the disc would always freeze before I could play anything. Shit. Because I was flying. Does anyone know if that game's any good? It's okay. Not the worst game I played, but it was fine. I had it for both the GameCube and the PS2. Because I had a similar issue with my original GameCube copy. It would freeze anytime I got to the title, past the title screen. Not even the infamous toothpaste trick fixed that. But it was okay. The problem is it just got really repetitive after a while. Because it was just, well, it was just playing Quidditch. It wasn't regulated to a minigame, you know, like it is in these.
An outstanding display, Mr. Potter. You receive the highest grade, a distinction. Well done.
Pretty sure you can pick it up for,
Mr. Potter, come over here.
Wait. Where's my broom? Where's my broom? Lady, where's my broom? Do I not get the broom on the first day? I don't remember. Harry's all tuckered out. Look at those trees.
That door's locked. Hagrid's hut, which I don't think you ever actually go into in this. Okay, time to show you something that actually screwed me up when I was a kid. I looked all over the place for the last chest in this game, right? So, with the very last card, I'm like, I'm missing one. It's got to be somewhere. And, you know, I was searching over. I'd go to the Quidditch Stadium. The door's locked.
And I finally found it when I was a kid. It's right here. Behind this rock. And, of course, I never saw it when I was a kid, because I never thought to look over here, because it spawns you right here every time you go. So they're like, oh, wait, yeah, I'm done. Let me just turn around and go. And yeah, you don't see the chest. Nope, and that was the day where I got 100% completion on this, and it was, well, you don't really get any... Well, you do get a reward, but it's a very ho-hum reward. After you collect all 100 and... I think it's 100? 100 and 150? you get one more card, which is Harry Potter's trading card. Yeah, it's 100. Alright, well, before we end the day... feel the need. The need for Bean. One of the funny quirks with this game, too, is... you might have, just slightly heard it. Every single time you come back to an area where there was chests you unlocked or opened, you'll hear all of them just open at once. It's silly once you start getting further on in the game and the chests that are closer to the doors, you just hear... Is there a Pot of Greed card in this game? There might be, but I couldn't tell you what it does. And this is the problem of doing this during the day. You see these two kids here? There is a chance that one of the beans will fly in between where they are. Wow. Well, these are being unnecessarily cruel.
I need to be able to carry more beans.
And we got our full one. But yeah, sometimes like when you're trying to farm them, they'll just get stuck in weird places. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Wattlebird.
I do admire the effort they put in the portraits of this game, even if some of them... Yeah, it was like, there's so many cool little attention to detail things everywhere.
Oh, locked.
Oh. I gotta wait for night then. Okay. Now, we got all 100 beans, so we're fine. Do want to save before that, though. Oh, jeez. So I think there's a slight issue with the widescreen patch I had. It's not technically a patch, it's actually more like a action replay cheat code. Which is why I think it's the reason it stretches out the UI, too. But sometimes if you turn a corner like this and it's trying to turn the camera with it, it'll freak out. It's rare when it happens, but it can happen. There we go. Want some stick pellets?
Wattlebird.
Oh, what am I doing? I just had to push Z. Potter's gone mental. He's shooting all the vases all around Hogwarts. Well, if you knew that you didn't actually have to pick up a candy you wanted, except for like when you beat it out of a vase, where every single object in this game was basically a piñata. Free candy if you break my shit!
Gryffindor.
Hey, we did good today.
Hufflepuff.
Hufflepuff also did okay.
Ravenclaw.
Oh.
Slytherin.
Overachievers. Snape was looking at the tally score and just said, you came into class with your shoes on. 1 point to Slytherin.
Harry, just the person I've been looking
time for my personal meme with this game. Every time you see Hermione, she asks you to do something.
I suppose you want me to get him out.
Would you? That's so kind of you, Harry. He's out here.
Wait, why isn't Hufflepuff yellow? There is actually a very good reason for that. It's been that, I was about to say, it's been that color for all the other games too. So for consistency's sake, they kept it the same color instead of changing it to yellow like it is in the movies.
Can't you get him out, Hermione?
Just because they made the color different for the other games.
Severing charm.
And where am I going to find one of those at this time of night?
Herbology Greenhouse 3 in the grounds. Except,
Why?
to get in,
Why
you're going
is
to
it
have
there?
to find out how to pull up Horcrux. If you go to the library, there's an excellent book by Professor Lockhart. That'll tell you how to do it.
Okay, so I've got to go into the library on the second floor and get a copy of Lockhart's book, and then go out into the grounds and find my way into the Herbology Greenhouse to get the Severing Charm.
Yes.
Do you got all that?
Hurry up.
Thanks, Hermione. You don't want to help at all? No, this was my this was our big talking and joking point every time we played this game as kids. Every time Hermione comes up, it's like, "Okay, Harry, I'm going to need you to go and get yourself freaking murdered so you can get through this simple door." Every time in this game. Later on, you kind of hear Harry's disappointment in having to realize he's roped into this once again. Before we actually go, shops should be open now. Where's just like, I suppose you want me to go do this again? And Hermione's just like, oh, if you would, please. And Harry's just like, okay. If it progresses the plot. Also, it's a tapestry. It's not like they could just pick it up or anything. Just clearly space. Clearly space there. Nah, Harry. You gotta get a Severing Charm.
Come here.
No. Percy, no one gives a fuck. Okay, so now...
How much is the Alohomora spellbook?
100 Bertie Bott's every flavour beans.
I'd like to buy that, please.
The Alohomora spell allows you to unlock mechanical locks. There are all sorts of places you'll be able to go now.
Sweet. And everything else is just optional stuff. Although the vial is especially handy when you're doing boss fights later. This is a rather simple game, so I mean, you don't need it. But there are occasions of cheapness. So it's not a bad idea to have in case you get caught in some kind of damage loop. Which doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's really annoying. You wanna move? I keep forgetting if I click my mouse outside of the screen, it pretends that I don't... that I'm not controlling anything. It's weird. Oh, hang on. Did YouTube... Yeah, okay, thanks, YouTube. What the hell? apparently, my tab closed, and YouTube decided not to tell me about it. Thanks, I guess. Yeah, and we're all out of beans again. Time to get more beans. I won't worry about it right now. Now, you can use the shortcuts and everything. Oh.
Come to me. Yes. Let me rip you. Let me tear you. It'll be so good.
What on earth was that?
It was the Frenchest snake you've ever heard. I thought the game froze there.
Where are you off to in such a hurry?
Hello, Nick. I'm just doing something for Hermione. It's urgent, so I'm afraid I can't chat for long.
Not to worry, young Harry. You cut along now, and I'll see you some other time. Good night.
Yeah, it's funny because I have to find a severing charm. Cut. Look out for the books! Books go back. Jump down this flight of stairs from here. Nope, this was our Ramirez meme before Ramirez. Oh, this is it. The bane of our childhood.
There's someone around here.
No! Oh.
That's 20 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Potter.
Ouch. That's, like, a lot right from the get-go. Holy shit. I went to go push B to use the stink pellet, and I was just like, oh crap, I just mapped the Alohomora spell to that for no reason. Why would you... Scared the piss out of us when we were kids.
Hey, you!
Ah! That door's locked.
Locomotor Mortis.
Well, that was a fun load screen. I think Nick would keep his voice down tonight. Why does he have to care? He's a ghost. None of the other ghosts really cared who they woke up. Yay, balloons. And I hope there's a few more in here. Yeah, losing 20 points right from the get-go, that might actually lose us the House Cup at the end of this. Hey look, little books to read. And the funny thing is like, the cool thing about a lot of these little books is, some of them tell you how to get some of the cards you're missing. They'll give you hints on their locations, where to go for them, like this, yeah. Yeah, that one just tells you, hey, if you play the minigame, you can get more cards. Just fun stuff. And it's the kind of thing where it's like, it sounds a bit hand-holdy, but it's just, again, this game was sold to kids. It's a kid's game. So yeah, it has to be a little hand-holdy, but it's appreciated. The only thing I don't like is they don't tell, you know, any of these kids, oh, hey, by the way, you can permanently lose some of these cards. There's our booklet. And this just tells you about all the enemies in the game. Most of them. And here's all these cool doors we can't do anything with. Ooh, chop that. Perfect. Though if the movies are anything to go by, Dumbledore will just say Gryffindor wins because reasons. 10 billion like, I don't think they ever actually get into it in the books, or, you know, in the movies or anything like that. Is just like, are there restrictions to how people can give points? What are the restrictions for, you know, like, a student performs very well in class? Okay. What's stopping the teacher from just going 20 billion points? To, you know, one student. And it doesn't have to be an insane number like that. It could just be, oh, wow, you did this. 100 points. Now, I guess when Dumbledore was handing him out like candy at the end of Sorcerer's Stone, it was kind of like, oh, wow, these characters, you know, didn't die and kind of saved everyone, so I guess it makes sense, you know, extracurricular activity. You didn't have to save the school. But it's appreciated. But what were the, were there any ramifications if any of the teachers tried going like, yeah, wow, hey, you came into class today, that's 200 points to Hufflepuff. Alright. Why did that take so long to save? Weird. When I was a kid, when we were playing this, without the memory card for my at my friend's house, we were always like terrified to go into any places where you'd get caught, because we knew we'd get to the end of the game and there would just be no way whatsoever to get those points back at all. Like, we couldn't load our save or anything. There were no checkpoints in this unless you died. So it's like, oh, do we want to go through the pain of sitting there having something hit us for 10 minutes straight in order to go back to a checkpoint and not get those points? Yeah, there was nothing we could do about it when we were kids. That's some good ambient sounds. Playing this with headphones on, I never realized that, like, little things like the mosquitoes buzzing in your ear go from the left to the right. Might be the right to the left. I'll have to hear it again. That one was definitely left to right. That's some good sound design. Again, especially for an old game like this, where it didn't, you know... They don't have to go the, you know, whole ham for sound like that. Especially since you're trying to fit the whole game on a, you know, 2 GB GameCube disc. Oops. Got to slowly walk up to those. Shove! Imagine you're doing some casual gardening. And you hit this friggin' pear-shaped thing, and it just starts squealing. Well, time to die. Look at that chain reaction. And we went all the way over here just to learn a spell to let us cut things. Because a pair of scissors was too much to ask for, Hermione. Harry goes to get the scissors and she's like, psh, muggles work. I was like, but Hermione, you're muggle born. Muggles work. Oink. Oh. Try that again, Harry. My beans! You can take my health, but please don't take my beans. All that trouble so we could go all this way. Just because Dumbo somehow found out how to, get into the tapestry without needing a severing charm. But we can't get into it without a severing charm. Figure that out. If he locked the door behind him and accidentally forgot to grab the key, I'd be more understanding. But he didn't. So, while we're, going around and doing a silly fetch quest for stuff like this, I think it'd be interesting to talk about some of the, nonsense going on in the game industry right now, because, oh boy, 2020's been a year for it, huh? Oh, hang on, we gotta let the French speak.
What was that?
Again. I'm sure it's fine, Harry.
Oh no!
Nearly Headless Nick is dead!
Mr. Potter,
wait.
What on earth is... Oh! What's happened here?
I love the art style like that, because, like, you could even get a...
Follow me, Potter.
Oh,
Harry was
nuts.
taken to Professor Dumbledore's office.
Which you don't get to see, because it's sweet. Well, you don't get to explore. You do get to see it. I'd like to actually be able to see if someone made Action Replay or Game Shark codes for this. So you could walk around in areas that you're not supposed to be in.
Yes, well, you were particularly difficult to place. But I stand by what I said before. You would have done well in Slytherin.
And he also discovered Fawkes, Professor Dumbledore's pet phoenix.
Fascinating creatures, phoenixes.
And this one isn't going to burn in your front of your eyes. We don't have the budget for it.
Their tears have healing powers, and they make highly faithful pets.
Well, that's just the Cliff Notes version of them.
And of course, Professor Dumbledore himself.
Sup, Harry?
I know you're not the attacker, Harry, but I must ask you whether there is anything you'd like to tell me.
Yeah, get your hand off my shirt. Thank you.
Come to me.
Hmm.
Let me rip you. Let me tear you.
Should I tell him about the French snake trying to open a bag of chips?
No, there isn't anything, Professor.
Very well, if you're sure. Good night, Harry.
Good night.
Night, Professor.
Well, it was good for the game to put us here. So now we just get to grind beads. After getting health back. Son of a gun. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, shit's kind of, a little fucky in the game industry right now, huh? I mean, there's all that stuff that just happened with Ubisoft, and of course they let people voluntarily resign for that. Yeah, sure, okay. That's how these investigations work. Find someone doing wrongdoing, it's just like, well, how about this? You'll still have an opportunity for employment in the future, but it's gonna look bad if you resign anyways. It'll look even worse if you stay, and we have to fire you. So give yourself this chance to leave, it's fine. And this seems to happen every single time with the game industry, too. Because this shit that Ubisoft's doing, yeah, not the first time it's happened. When a company's been in hot water, and suddenly top-paying executives just decide, it's time to leave. And that's going on. And then, of course, there's what just happened today with the whole, frickin' Fortnite thing. With, Apple taking the game off the storefront. Wait, what happened at Ubisoft? They just had a massive amount of sexual allegation charges. And during that time, Ubisoft said, oh, we're going to do our own internal investigating. And during their internal investigations, they didn't say if it was conclusive that they found anything, but about 3 or 4 top-paid executives just decided to resign from their positions. Nothing suspicious going on there. Oh yeah, yikes indeed. Nope, big time X. And the best part about all of this, too, is this was happening right around the time they were doing their big Ubisoft show conference. Actually, on Twitter, when they were showing it off, they made a tweet how they weren't going to talk about the allegations or anything during the conference. And, of course, that entire week, Ubisoft was posting every single one of their tweets with the hashtag UbiForward for their conference, because that was the name of it. Except for one tweet. Can you guess which one it was? The one talking about them not talking about sexual allegations. Don't label that one with UbiForward, though. Yeah, big oof. Yeah, big time big oof. No, companies in a lot of hot water right now, and a lot of the top-paid executives and people who make decisions are just leaving. And Ubisoft hasn't said anything about it since. And we haven't heard if there's any companies that want to say anything else about it. Like if they're going to get any kind of like business bureaus or anything on their asses. Okay, I'll fill up. So yeah, that's kind of a big thing happening with Ubisoft right now. And then, today we just got that news about the whole, Apple pulled Fortnite off of their store because, Epic decided to do any, microtransactions or any, you know, direct compensation or anything was going right to them now, instead of paying the 30% fee that Apple and Google have for it. Google's been fine with it so far, I guess. They haven't said anything. But Apple pulled the game because it wasn't going by their terms and services, which is, you know, it's fine. It makes sense. They have their own terms and services. But then Fortnite just released that freaking trailer that was emulating, of course, the, you know, Apple 1984 one, where they were saying they were, you know, going to be going against Microsoft. And okay, look. You could have fun with your dumb little Source Filmmaker trailer and everything if you want. Whatever, fine. I guess I'm not going to judge you too bad about it, but I find it hilarious that this is coming from the company that also owns the Epic Game Store, which is just kind of, you know, buying and monopolizing certain games so that you can't play them on other platforms. Ah, yes, this is the company that I'm going to be full in support about them getting direct compensation. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I'm not against the Epic Game Store. I am completely against them buying up games and getting it. And I get it. Like, I get it. It's technically a smart business decision.
Non-explodable luminous balloons are a great way to distract prefects and annoy Percy.
How much is this wigging well?
Because it's like it's obviously going to get people over to
every flavor beans.
Oh shit, I forgot it was that much. Guess we're just getting the cards then. Is there anything else besides those? No.
The limited edition Bertie Bot card.
Bertie Bot card!
30 Bertie Bots every flavor beans.
I'd like to buy that, please.
Bertie Bot, an excellent purchase, Harry. His real genius was in the invention of the unreleased dog spit flavored bean.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I just find that really funny with that particular company doing it. When you have a lot of people going after the Epic Game Store for buying their way into being great, not actually being great. Oh yeah, the Epic Game Store is great to get all these, you know, games and everything you want on it, and it's fine. But they paid their way to get to that point. Yeah. Well, again, I'm not against it completely. I just find it hilarious that this is the company that's complaining about Apple.
How much is that?
Hey there, Excalis. Good to see you.
Every flavor beans.
I'd like to buy that.
We're sitting here playing awesome Harry Potter games and talking about video game controversies right now. It's great.
Now there's a man who knew about explosions.
Because we were bean grinding for a bit.
Number 29, Archibald Alderton.
I love the little flavor text on the cards.
Card. How much is it?
30 Bertie Bots every flavor beans.
How much is his Edgar Stroger card?
30 Bertie Bots every flavor beans.
Every flavor beans. Bertie Bots number 69. Oh, it's the funny number!
The inventor of the Dung Bomb. How much is that?
30.
30 Bertie Bots every flavor beans.
Yep. You know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna buy everything.
It's a great way to stop prefects catching you. But I didn't tell you that, did I?
Nah. But yeah, there's, gosh, what else just happened recently? Because we just had a bunch of stuff come. Freaking, I don't know. I was about to say, we'll get off controversies for a little bit. I was about to say, well, I do this last bit of, oh gosh, it's not going to be the last bit of bean grinding. I want to get that potion vial, and I wasn't thinking about it when I bought the, sting pellet bag. So I'm gonna quickly get these 100 beans, and then I'm gonna be done grinding because I just really want that potion vial. Probably not gonna need it, but, you know, it's just nice to have. Now, let me tell you the secret of how collecting beans actually works in this game. So, until you hit a certain threshold, you will constantly get beans out of jars. Once you get to the last 80 or 90 on this bag, it'll start giving you less and less of them. Why? I don't know. I think they do it for balancing reasons, for something. I just don't get it. But once you hit a certain amount of beans, these will just stop consistently shooting out 5 at a time. And then some of the containers, like some of the ones at the beginning of the game, they just kind of have a time limit to them, so if you don't hit them fast enough, you don't get the maximum amount of beans. And that's your random bean fact for Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Is it weird? Yes. Welcome to Hidden Gems. But we gotta know this stuff because we have to be efficient at it. Alright, what else can we talk about while we're doing this? For one, I'm gonna turn the volume down on it just a bit. Sony just had their State of Play thing, which was fun to watch to a degree. Some of the games look great. Some of them I can't wait for. Some of them I wish we could see some freaking gameplay. That's been this whole year so far. I'm sick and tired of seeing pre-rendered trailers. So sick and tired of it. It's annoying how many of these game conferences don't actually show off games. They show off freaking MP4 files. If I wanted to watch a video about people talking about stuff, I just get the cliff notes from someone after the fact for going, and they showed off a CG trailer, it's great. Even Jeff Keighley's been on that. Where, like, during his presentations, when companies are talking, he's just like, yeah, pre-rendered footage. I'm like, even he gets it. Even he's getting sick of seeing it all. Doom Eternal's getting... yeah, I was about to say, they announced the... they said that we were getting 2 story expansions with the Season Pass back when they first announced it. But yeah, I saw the trailer for it. It looks cool. I think it's really funny how they showed off a teaser for it at QuakeCon. And then they said, oh, you'll see the full thing at Gamescom. I was like, this is literally your conference, Bethesda. Why aren't you showing it here? I just find it silly. Just so silly. Yeah, some of the games they showed off were pretty neat. And, of course, the one that kind of had everyone talking, but for the wrong reasons, was Godfall. Oh my god, Godfall looks so dull. If anyone's excited for that game, I don't think they've played video games before. But I guarantee you it's going to sell well. And you know why it's going to sell well? Because it's going to be a launch game for the PlayStation 5. So of course it's going to sell well. You're going to have like 4 games to pick from when the thing launches. But it just looks so dull and stock. During the presentation, once they started going, and you have a shield. You can use shields to block things. I'm like, wow. That's incredible. I have never seen this in a video game before. Let's dedicate a whole 10 minutes of this 40-minute press conference to talking about a game where you can have shields. Thought you were going to talk about... Aeon Must Die was the next one I wanted to talk about. That's the most interesting story that came out of the press conferences, like right afterwards. The original developers showed off the real trailer that they were working on that didn't have any of the original edits or anything cut out. Because they... Essentially, the whole team that worked on that game left. They're all gone. But the company insisted with showing all the work that those developers did for the trailer.
How much is this Wiggenweld potion vial?
100 Bertie Bott's every flavour beans.
I'd like to buy that, please.
You don't hear about that happening.
Even more Wiggenweld potion.
Godfall is a firm wait 3 years and see where it's at. Right now, Godfall, for me, is a firm, okay, so in 3 months it's going to be $30. Gotcha. Because every other freaking Gearbox game has done that as of late. I remember someone actually tried getting into an argument with me about Borderlands 3. Because it launches, you know, an Epic Game Store exclusive first. And I'm like, I'm just going to wait for the Steam version. I was about saying, it's not that I don't have anything against EGS, but, you know, there were a bunch of people who were complaining, wow, the game's really buggy. They keep patching the game to make the loot worse. They keep fixing up bugs and doing patches and nerfs to weapons, and people are really hating it. So I was like, I'm going to wait for the Steam version, because by the time that comes out, all those issues will more than likely be ironed out. The game will be in a better place, and I guarantee you when they launch it on Steam, it'll be for $30. And this guy I was speaking with is like, there's no way they'll release it on Steam for $30. But because they're still selling it for $60 on here. I'm like, they'll sell it for half off, because the game's been out for a while. And it'll encourage that a bunch of people buy it, and then buy the DLC afterwards for the higher price. It's gonna happen. Because this is the same game the industry's always been playing. I remember when Shadow the Tomb Raider came out, and everyone was getting incredibly upset that 2 weeks later the game went on sale for like $42. So everyone was huffing because they're like, oh, but I just paid $60 for it, and I pre-ordered it and everything. And I'm like, you made a bad choice. Because this happens with basically every game unless you're Nintendo. You wait 3 weeks, and it goes on sale. Simple as that. Whoops, that's the spell entirely. And this is just consistent.
Phew. Thanks, Harry. I thought I was never going to get out of there.
Nice one, Harry.
Nice.
Well, all this excitement has worn me out.
Oh yes, all that staring at the tapestry and letting Harry do all the work.
Nearly had his Nick has been attacked, and I'll tell you in the morning.
All this waiting around the tapestry, listening to Neville's struggle behind it, really got me exhausted. God, what must it have been like to play Warframe when it first came out. Oh, I can tell you about that. I originally played the alpha when it came out. I'll tell you right now, Warframe is in a much better state than it used to be 5 years ago. Big time. This is going to immediately turn you off when I explain this. You originally, when you first started playing Warframe, had a limited amount of revives that you had each and every day. Once you ran out of your revives for a mission, you couldn't use anymore. So if you died in a mission, that was it. Like, it's all over. You had like 3 or 4 revives, and you had to pay platinum to get more. Now, Warframe used to be almost just as bad as a lot of the other free-to-play games out there, but it was unique in how it played. Also, I miss the meta of using bow stats to launch yourself across the map. That's... Once they did Movement 2.0, it's just kind of like, I understand why they did it. But being able to swing a sword and fling yourself at 300 degrees in one direction was just kind of fun. The game had a more physics-based movement way back in the day. That fascinated me. Oof, yeah, no. It's, no, Warframe used to be, really bad with some of its microtransaction stuff when it was first starting out. And then, of course, there's the really big meme, of people who backed the game who have Excalibur Prime. And, of course, no one else is going to be able to get Excalibur Prime. And the people who have it right now are actually kind of sick and tired of it. Because anytime you see one out in the wild, everyone's like, oh, hey, it's an original backer for the game! And you just own this, like, really rare account for this game that did eventually get very good. And is one of the best free-to-play games ever right now. Realistically, it is. But Warframe started in a really bad place. So it's really great to see that after all these years, I can't necessarily say D finally got their heads out of their ass, because they still make a lot of mistakes from time to time. And it's still a great game to play, but some of their choices, especially when it comes to grinding for stuff, it's questionable. Like, Dog Days just rolled around again, and I was so happy I didn't have to play it. Because I already got all the rewards last time, and they didn't bring any new rewards. Dog Days was fun, but Dog Days stops being fun after you have to run it 300 times just to buy all the damn bouncy balls. Oh. I guess it's 70 beans, not 80 or 90. Huh. The original, navigation map for Warframe also used to be terrible. All the planets were just lined up, and no one was really sure how to unlock all the planets back then. It was relatively silly. Because it kind of starts just the way it did now, where, you know, you start on Earth, and then you just kind of keep going from there. But you also go back to Mercury. And it was just confusing people. They're like, wait, do I go back in this line? Do I go forward? I don't get it. OG Warframe used to be very unintuitive. And realistically, current Warframe is still very unintuitive. It is very, very new user hostile. I recommend the game to people, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's really good. Gotta be one of the best free-to-play games I've played. And then sometimes I have to hesitate. Because then I'm like, wait, if I get them into Warframe, I'm gonna have to explain to them how mods work. I have to explain to them how Parazon works. I have to explain to them how O'Rourke and Derelict, how Void Fissures work, how Prime Parts work. And there's so much stuff you have to get into with the game where it's like, I give it a second passing thought now, because I'm so used to playing the game. It's just like, yeah, you know, these are just the systems as they are. Yeah, but it's like, okay, I have to explain Affinity to someone. I have to explain how Forma works. It's like, because the game's not really clear on any of that. And I want to recommend this game to people, but I also don't want to recommend that they have to read a thesaurus or go on the wiki to understand base mechanics. Godfall's like Warframe, but like in its... Look, if Godfall eventually turns out to be a great game, that's fine. But as more games come out that are, you know, going for the whole live service bandwagon, I'm getting more and more sick of these games launching in these incredibly shitty, sorry states. And then the companies eventually having to fix them up and go, hey, look, guys, all you had to do was, I don't know why you bought our game at launch. You just had to wait a couple of years for it to be good. You should all come and play it now. I'm so sick of that design philosophy.
Hey.
It's like I can't play a good game now? Okay, fine. Like that Marvel Avengers game that's coming out. It looks dreadful. It might be fine a couple of years from now when there's a bunch of content and everything.
How much is his
But I don't want to play it now.
30 Bertie Bott's every flavour beans.
I'd like to buy that, please.
I guess 2018 was a good time to start. Oh, yeah. 2018 was a great time to start Warframe. Because, you know, Fortuna was coming out then. Big expansion.
Number 47.
They streamlined some of the content and some of the mechanics.
Inventor of the Dung Bomb. How much is that?
And with the Heart of Demos update coming out at the end of the month,
I'd like to buy that.
they're going to have the new player experience, which I'm hoping has actual tutorials for people who want to play the game.
Number 97. Elbrick Grunion.
Look at that poor man. caked with shit. This is it, huh? This is the card you guys wanted to go with. This is the picture I needed on here.
This Beatrix Bloxham card. How much is it?
30 Bertie Bott's every flavour beans.
Alright, we got everything out of the store right now. I'm actually kind of happy about this.
Beatrix Bloxham.
Because all we gotta do is collect a couple more cards, and we level up our health again.
One of her readers was continuously sick for 3 whole weeks.
I mean, that was just me when I read The Host, but, you know.
Number 80. Beatrix Bloxham.
Sweet!
Stink pellets are a great way to stop prefects catching you.
Absolutely. Live service games are nonsense. It's why I'm also not at all interested. Yeah, exactly. No, it could be a good game. It could be a great game, even. But as soon as I hear live service and optional microtransactions and cosmetics, and I'm just like, I'm out. I've been burned out so much by games like this that I'm just really sick and tired of them. And I don't want anything to do with the industry anymore at this point. When it comes to live service games. Even games that come out and they're just like, you know, they're fun multiplayer games and all that. I haven't been into them. The monetization just throws me off every time. Warframe's monetization makes more sense to me. Because in Warframe, you don't have to buy platinum. You can get prime parts, or you can get mods that people really want, and you can trade it for platinum to get the stuff you want. Which is always great. And there's a whole market and everything with its own economy for that. No, they got it right, because you can technically get anything you want in Warframe without having to actually pay a dime from it. And not in the, you know, generic, oh, well, you can do that, you just have to grind for weeks on end kind of way. To get this one rare item. That bothers me. No, it's the one thing that I think Warframe gets right, is it has an actual economy for its, you know, paid currency. Alright, well, I think that takes care of this day. Yep. Sweet. Albert Grunin, the embodiment of the AAA game industry. I have all this shit on my face, but I just don't want to do anything about it.
Gryffindor.
Oof. Yeah, I almost forgot we lost 20 points.
Hufflepuff.
What the hell did Hufflepuff do to lose that many?
Ravenclaw.
Nice!
Slytherin.
Ah! They're still 1 point ahead of us. How does this happen? And of course we got the sad trumpet noise. Yeah, well, live service games are just really starting to annoy me, and everyone wants to be a live service... I thought there was a person there for a second instead of just someone's robe. I was like, dude, you doing okay? Just like every single time a game gets announced that it's going to be like that, I'm like, no.
Hello, Hermione.
Yeah, Puff and Ravenclaw both have 60. I just thought that was so great.
The Dark Arts, Harry. The Gilderoy Lockhart. I can't wait.
Oh boy!
Me neither.
I'll meet you on the 3rd floor outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts class.
It's Defense Against the Dark Arts for the 2nd years, Harry. On the 3rd floor, remember?
Yeah, Percy. 20 points from Gryffindor. And this tapestry just magically repaired itself overnight. Yeah, live service is just a train wreck right now, because it's like all these games want you to spend all this time getting severely and utterly invested in them. And I just don't want to find the energy for it. It's to the point where I'll go back and, you know, play games like this, like I do in the streams. It's like, hey, these are all great games. You should play these instead of, I don't know, this one thing that wants you to spend 200 hours on it to get a freaking skin. Or you could just pay us real money to get it instantly. It's all optional. What happened to the satisfaction and fun of just playing a game to have fun? Nope, video games now have to be second jobs. Not a fan of that. On the one hand, I hope that Harry Potter RPG isn't a live service. On the other hand, I don't want to support J.K. Rowling anyways. Could always get a pre-owned copy, I guess. Did you hear the news about the development team wanting to stray as far away as possible from talking about J.K. Rowling for it? So, at the very least, you can have a clear conscience of the developers don't want anything to do with her bullshit, and they just want to make a Harry Potter game. I think that was the best news to come out of that whole game so far. But if some of the leaked footage and everything is to be believed, I'm actually interested in it. I'm just hoping it's a game.
Number 31, Balfour Blaine.
And not a live service thing. Because again, it can just kind of go to hell. I don't have infinite time, money, and resources to invest in all of these freaking games. And the game industry just hasn't caught on to that yet. They think everyone just has infinite money to invest in all of these. And they don't.
Number 83, Roderick Plumpton.
Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets gives you pride and accomplishment. Yeah, no, but seriously, this this old-ass freaking GameCube, PS2, Xbox game does, in fact, give me more of a sense of, like, magical wonder of playing a game where I get to run around in Hogwarts and just have fun, instead of, hey, you ran out of energy. I guess you're going to have to wait 12 minutes before you can actually continue with your story. Oh. That's a dark place for video games. I know I said earlier that I played that, but like I said, it's to the point where I'm like, alright, it's free to play. Let me see how far into it I can get.
Number 70, Leopold.
And yeah, no, just eventually the game's like, yeah, you gotta pay for this stuff. I'm like, no, fuck you. I won't do it. Absolutely refuse. Well, you can't keep playing our game for free? No. No. Because clearly you want me to pay money for this thing that you released for free. I'm going to go out and play an actual free game. That's good. Because there's plenty of those.
Can't get in that way.
How do we have the spell? Oh, and we've got a little more, so we can open that one up too. It's just going to be as fun. Oh my gosh. Yeah, finding the cards in this, like... I love when games do this stuff. This just brings out, like, the inner, like, Psychonauts for me. Where it's just like, yeah, I want to go around and collect all the stuff.
Number 79, Oswald.
It's funny, because collecting cards in that game also increases your health. Or your Psi rank. Which increases your health, too. Oh my gosh, Psychonauts 2. Okay, that I'm actually excited for.
Can't get through there.
That actually looks like, you know, a freaking Psychonauts game.
Can't get through there.
But of course, like everything in 2020, it got delayed to 2021. I'm really not surprised when companies announce that they're delaying the games anymore, but the big one that did surprise me was Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite getting delayed was a kind of a little shock. it makes sense. It shouldn't have been a surprise it got delayed.
Nope, not through there.
They got quite the backlash out of that, just from the presentation, the way the game played. A lot of people were harping on the graphics. That shit doesn't bother me too much. What bothers me is that they were hyping it up as this, like, big graphical feat that was going to go on their newest game system, and it comes out looking slightly better than Halo Reach did. It's like, oh, alright, sure. I get you guys are going for an art style, but the lighting and the shading and the texture work, it just doesn't look great. So when they said the game needed to get delayed and fixed, yeah, that makes sense for me. I can understand they need to do that, but what's everyone's reason for picking up a Series X this November now? Because the big trump card is gone. And I don't think the Series X is going to be a bad console or anything like that. I think it's going to be fine. Stuff like, you know, them having... you know, full backwards compatibility with every Xbox One, 360, Xbox game. That's genius. That's great. I would pick one up just for that. But here's the thing. I already own an Xbox One, which lets me play all my Xbox One, 360, and original Xbox games on it with the backwards compatibility. What is the reason I need to pick up a Series X right now? What exclusives are coming out for it? Because the only 3 that we know are coming out close to launch are Tetris Effect Connected, which I love Tetris Effect, don't get me wrong, but I can wait for that because it's going to be a free update for everyone else who already has the game later on. They've got The Medium coming out, which again looks fine, but it's also a Blooper Team game, and, well, you got to remember they made Layers of Fear, so... I'd say could be a great game, but we don't know. And, was that it? It's a portrait here. No, there's that other game, what was it called? Scourge? Scorn? Something like that. That's also coming out. And we've barely seen anything about that game. In fact, some of these games are so close to launching, and we've still only seen pre-rendered videos of them. That baffles me. We're this close to launch for some of these, and we still haven't seen what the games look like. I'm just getting some Anthem and Mass Effect Andromeda vibes. Where it's just like, maybe we're embarrassed to show this off right now. But these are supposed to be the premier games that make you want to get the system. And I get it. Some people are sick of exclusives. I get it. I really do. But it doesn't change the fact that exclusives sell consoles. And with Halo Infinite getting delayed, Microsoft just lost their biggest horse in the race. So it's just kind of be, alright, what's everyone buying that for now? Now, to be fair... Sony's kind of in the same place, too. They announced that Miles Morales game's coming out for the PlayStation 5. And, you know, again, we haven't seen any gameplay or anything for it. We've just seen the pre-rendered video. Wasn't there a Lumos wall behind one of these? I think it was on the other side. And then we got Godfall, which is the only game we've actually seen gameplay for now. And it looks dull as fucking butter. So again, I'm looking at the PlayStation 5, and I'm just kind of like, alright, why should I be excited for this too? I mean, sure, you got some neat features and everything. I kind of like the controller and all that, but what is going to get me to buy this? And need I remind all of you...
Number 11, Herpo the Fat.
These companies want you to buy all this stuff while we're in the middle of a freaking pandemic. And all these companies are too busy playing chicken with their prices, they're waiting so long to announce how much the games are going to cost. Well, not just the game, the systems. Because each side is waiting for the first to announce their prices. So no one actually knows how much money they need to save up for one of these frickin' things. Ugh, it's ridiculous. It's just all ridiculous. Only thing I'm excited for, the PlayStation 5's Horizon Forbidden. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the other thing, too. I got the PC port for Zero Dawn, and I loved Zero Dawn on the PS4. I played the crap out of that. I didn't actually do the Frozen Wilds expansion, which is why I picked it up on PC. I was like, alright, you know, I'll be able to play it in a higher frame rate, nicer graphics, you know, because I've got the PC for it. And that port was kind of not good. Once I moved the game to the solid state, it started running fine. But I shouldn't have to do that with every game coming out now. I don't have enough space on my solid states. There we go. Is there anything else? Mostly just getting this all out of the way so we have more health for the challenge. But I'm kind of excited for Demon's Souls Remastered, only because I just recently played it on the stream again, and I'm like, man, wouldn't it be great if we could play this game at a higher frame rate and it looked better? And technically you can. If your computer supports it, RPCS3 can run that game all the way up to 120 FPS. Like, mind-bogglingly awesome. I have yet to try it out. I'm actually looking into creating an ISO with my own PS3 disc. And I gotta mod my PS3 so I can get my BIOS off of it. But, yeah, no, it's really cool. But I'm kind of just excited for it in the same way where, you know, I was excited for Dark Souls Remastered. I'm not sure they're going to really add anything too new. It's just fun to be able to go back and play that again, looking nice.
That door's locked.
I even saw the label on the door, and I'm like, yeah, let's go in. Alright, no chests in here. I'll wait to get the rest of the chests, because we still need more spells. Knack 3 would have been the ultimate system sell. They're too cowardly to try to top the previous. Knack 2, baby! I actually played Knack 2. I actually played Knack 2 with my kid, and that game's actually kind of fun when you're, you know, just playing with your kid. Fun little co-op game. Ratchet and Clank fans, I'm contractually obligated to be happy about Rift. Yeah, Rift Apart looks great. If we were actually seeing gameplay of it during the presentation, which I believe we were. Only to the degree of, you know, they wanted to show off how the using an M2 solid state is going to work with loading for the games. Oh, this is what I was talking about earlier. See that bean? It's gone forever. Goes the same for me in the Destroy All Humans. I picked that up. I still haven't played it yet. I played the I used to go to my friend's house. We'd play the original on his PS2 like all the time. That was a great game. I heard the remake's really good. But Ratchet and Clank, oh gosh, I still have only beaten the first Ratchet and Clank game. I haven't played any of the others. And, like, every single time I bring that up to someone who is a Ratchet and Clank fan, they're like, what? You gotta play the rest of them! And every single time, I have to go, yeah, well, you have to go play Sly Cooper.
This term I shall be teaching dueling. Let me introduce you to my assistant, Professor Snape.
Happy to be here as always.
Potter,
His chin is as big as his forehead.
The Expelliarmus spell challenge is through here.
What
you have to do is to find
Is this because I couldn't find a
Expelliarmus
seat?
spellbook somewhere beyond the portrait. Once you have the spellbook in your possession, the Expelliarmus spell will be yours to use as you see fit.
That sounds slightly ominous when he says it like that. Oh, this was the part that screwed us up when we were kids. This Expelliarmus challenge chamber was just... ugh. Also, it's yet another instance of Expelliarmus doing something completely different. Because in the movies, it's like, okay, does Expelliarmus disarm them by flinging the wand out of their hand? Or does it fling them across the room when they do it, like it did in Prisoner of Azkaban? That's okay. Lockhart just wants you dead, Harry. Yeah, hold it out like a gun, like you're looking for cover, man. Sneak, 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 sneak. But I'll eventually get to playing the rest of the Ratchet and Clank games. Actually, didn't they just have, don't they have PS4 re-releases of those games? I actually heard the PS4 re-releases weren't that good, and just to pick it up for the PS3. Ah, nah, it's the balls. Isn't one supposed to, like, attack you? Yeah, there it goes. Thanks, guy. I swear those sound like monkey sounds, like rah, rah. Now this is where you have to actually use a bit of the game's auto-aim for this, instead of locking on, because for some reason the game does not let you lock onto these. And you can only hit them when they're pink like that, or once they're on the ground and they're completely colorless. Yes, child, go into the dangerous obstacle course just to get this one spell. This will in no way get me in any sort of trouble. You know, Gilderoy, being the first person to do this, doesn't surprise me. I mean, this is the guy that also released a crap ton of pixies, who started just wrecking everything in the movie. And in the book, he's just completely incompetent at everything he does. I think PS Now has most of the Ratchet & Clank series. But as for titles you can download, I think you just got the game of the movie of the game. Yeah, I remember I picked that up as a PlayStation Plus thing. I still didn't play that one either. But I remember playing the first one and really enjoying it. And everyone's like, yeah, well, if you like that one, you should play the rest of them, because they're, like, much better. I'm like, yeah, I'll do that. Same thing with the Jack series. I didn't really play any of those. Nope, the PS2 series I played was Sly Cooper. Those were the big ones for me. Is there anything over here? Actually, let me check that wall. It might have been this thing on. Yep. He takes the credit for everything everyone else has done. Yeah, that's just... that's his character. I was about to say, but he's just incredibly incompetent in the book in just a number of different ways. Was that all that was in here? Was just a refill for the potions? No chests or anything? Guess so. Also, that sound is something. Nice. I got the first 4 Jack games on PSN for $15. Yeah, I was waiting for a sale like that to happen, and I just never got around to it. I think instead of doing that, I picked up the Uncharted games. And then, of course, they just made Uncharted 4 and the Drake Collection free for everyone, if you had PlayStation Plus. And for, I think for the Drake Collection, when they were doing the giveaway thing, you didn't even need PlayStation Plus. They just flat out gave it away. PlayStation Plus has a lot of missing titles, PS3, PS2, or straight-up emulator. Yep, that's, a lot of games I've been playing on this. I've been pulling out my actual physical copies. And, just playing them on an emulator recently. Like last week with, good English there. Last week with, Nocturne. Yep, try to get yourself killed there, kid. Speaking of... Come here, you little... Harry, stop it. You can jump off that. Oh my god. Get out of there, you little shit. Actually, I forget. Do we need those for one of the puzzles? It might not have been a good idea to throw them down there. Not. Sorry, my PlayStation Now for running. Yeah, I thought that might have been what you meant. Yeah, PlayStation Now just does not have a lot of games on there. So some of them are a lot better to just buy. Because you can't do the PlayStation Now streaming. Oh, shits. Okay, bye. Wow, Lockhart. Not a... Oh yeah, it's fine. Just go in there and get the Expelliarmus charm, Potter. What are you talking about? I'm not in cahoots with Voldemort. The obvious way to kill Harry Potter. Just tell him it's for class. Okay, bye. Harry Potter. Friend to everyone, everywhere. Whoa. Huh. Oh, don't tell me we have to do that all over again. Do not tell me this game. Oh, thank God. Oh, because I accidentally pushed right a little too much. Okay, that one was totally on me. New Ratchet and Clank looks interesting. But the biggest problem we have with all these games that are coming out for the Series X and the PlayStation 5 is we realistically just have no way of knowing when these games are going to come out. I mean, some of them are saying, oh yeah, they'll come out this year. And then, we had other ones that are saying, yeah, they'll be out next year. But, I mean, we're so close to November right now. Why? My object permanence must have just been completely off. That was on me again. This school is terrible. No, me missing the spike trap is absolutely terrible. If the traps to pass your classes don't kill you, your fellow students will. I think I just have to wait for it to slow down a little more. I'm just going way too quick. Oh my god, no, that's what threw me off. The camera moved the last time, and I was just holding forward. Rip Potter. Yeah, I don't understand why Voldemort's trying to go through all this effort, all these lengths to kill Harry. He just needs to let Harry just attend his freaking school like a normal person. That's it. It's that easy. They'll just eventually kill him anyways. Long before Rowling did. Heyo. Oif. So weird going through the whole game without a static camera and then you get one here. And of course, oh, jeez. And of course, this static camera decided to go to the Ocarina of Time school of static cameras, where you're like doing the guard chase section. Wow, Harry, you're gonna die. Nope, went down too far. Okay, why is it not stopping as soon as I hit them? There we go. Where even are you? That is an excellent question. Where even are we? Go behind this portrait, Harry. There's just this extremely elaborate series of chambers and everything that we decided to hide one of the spells behind. And Harry's got to be the one to go and get it. Because of course he does. Did Lockhart put this together? Is he actually good at something? All that to put a big spike ball in a hole. Oh, jeez. Camera there just nutsed out. We're so not giving Lockhart good reviews at the end of the school year. Well, thankfully, I don't think he's going to remember that by the end of the school year. Oh my gosh, this room. So, like, every single time I played this, I had this, like, uncanny feeling. It's like, this room looks familiar. It just looks like something. Every single time I look at this room, I think of the main chamber room in Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time, where you get the dagger. It just almost looks exactly like it. Well, we're not going to have Neville do the entire thing, are we? And what's the rest of the class doing? Nothing! They're waiting for Harry to come back with the spell, so that they can continue class. Oh god, what happened? I think the patch broke. Now the game's playing in stretched, widescreen. I hope it fixes itself after the cutscene. Oh good, it did. Well, that was weird. I imagine what this action replay / Gecko code is actually doing is it's trying to recognize every time it goes into a cutscene. It's supposed to not change the aspect ratio. The code might have just missed a few. Oh, hell yeah! Time to play Ocarina of Time! Huh! Except, this Ocarina of Time guy's actually a cheating bastard. Because he'll shoot spells at your feet to hurt you instead of throwing the ball directly at you. Like so. It's okay, Harry. We animated this gargoyle so you could learn how to use this spell effectively. It will in no way actually kill you. What a boss. Oh yeah, these cutscenes are just kind of bored. Oh god. Oh, what are you doing? Stop doing that. Please and thank you. Okay, it's done. I'm just picturing the entire class sitting there in silence. I would love to see like a cut back and forth, where it's just the entire class sitting there, just like someone's occasionally coughing. And then it cuts back to this like grand music playing. Harry's having this duel with this freaking Huge ass stone gargoyle doing all these sick dodges and everything else. Cutting these iron balls, just this music blasting, and then it just cuts back to the class again. Kids just like flicking gum into someone's hair. Congratulations, Harry. That only opened one of the doors. You have to solve the rest of the puzzles to open the other 13. Gotta get the hell out of here, oh my god. Snape's just like, shit, he didn't die.
Well done, Potter. 40 house points for Gryffindor. Now,
oh, it was all worth it then.
Use the Expelliarmus spell you've just acquired in a real duel.
Why can't someone else?
Come over here. Let's see what you can make of the famous Potter. First duelist to gain 5 points wins the duel.
Very well then. One's at the ready. When I count to 3.
Dumbledore's so gonna hear about this. You wish.
1, 2, 3.
Go! Hang on, Malfoy. Hang on. Smells we need. Whoops. Whoops. That was my bad. Why? I pushed B. Wow, I'm doing real bad at this. Why? That missed. And it missed again. Passed right underneath his arm. Hey Harry, try to use that lock-on feature. You know, the one that lets you lock onto things. No? Okay. Wow. There we go. We got him. And you killed a kid.
Serpent Sortier!
Dead. As my final will and testament, I summon a snake. Ugh. I think they just pulled that clip from the movie.
Parselmouth, Harry. Why didn't you tell us?
I'm a what? A Parselmouth? You can talk to snakes. So, does it matter?
It matters, Harry, because being able to talk to snakes was what Salazar Slytherin was famous for. The symbol of Slytherin House is a serpent.
Now the whole school's going to think you're his great-great-great-great-grandson or something. But I'm not.
How do you know?
That's hard to prove. He lived about 1,000 years ago. For all we know, you could be.
Anyway, we've got Quidditch practice next at the Quidditch Stadium. I'll meet you in the entrance hall, Harry.
Good transition there, Ron. Harry, one of the school founders known for getting into, you know, very infamous deeds, could also talk to snakes. You might be related to him. This might be a huge revolution. Anyways, let's go Quidditch practice. Yeah, that sounds good, yeah.
Number 95, Yardley Platt.
Serial goblin killing. Amazing. That's my retirement plan. Well, time to get back all those beans I lost. Okay, why is the creepy music track playing again here? Ah, I love it. Every single time I see a chest in this game, it's like, ooh, gotta open it!
Number 57, Gifford Ollerton.
Wait, nope, I lied. There's my retirement plan. Giant Slayer. You gotta start out small, you do Giant Slayer, then you just eventually evolve. I mean, Goblin Slayer, and then you evolve into a Giant Slayer. Natural progression. Of course, if you were playing Dungeons & Dragons, that's just the journey of how you got from level 3 to level 4. Yep, started out killing a bunch of kobolds, and then we just moved straight on to the griffins. Yeah, I'm level 5 now. No big deal. You little shits! Need my beans, man. But it's amazing, we have two things to do today. Incredible. We don't just get to fly around on a broom for a little bit, and the game's like, well, that's enough school for the day. Can you imagine if you went to school? You went to your first period, it was just like gym or something. And then you just discover, that's the only class we had everyone scheduled for today, so pack it up, everyone get back on the bus, it's time to go home. Of course, if you were doing something strenuous, like, you know, having to navigate and bob and weave in a freaking broomstick, I might be more inclined to believe that you'd be more exhausted. Might take it out of people for the day. Might want to leave that class for last. Is that my footsteps? It sounds like high heels. Are you doing okay? It, like, kind of sounds like high heels reverberating off something. Hang on, I'm gonna max out the game's volume for just a quick second, just so you can hear what I'm hearing. Okay. It sounds like someone running on like a hard marble surface floor with like heels on. Are those loafers that heavy, Harry? Alright. Well, I'm gonna have to... I just realized we've been at this for 4 hours. Holy cow. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap this up here just for the night. You know, I don't think it might be so bad of an idea to keep playing this one as part of the series. Just to get to the end of it. Actually, you know what? I'm going to think about that one. Because I do have a couple of ideas for next week's stream. I'm going to keep that on the back burner. If I want to do this one as a series. Because there's just something so inherently fun about going back and playing a game like this again. It was just a nice, simple age where you're a kid, you get back home after a day at school, and you just want to play friggin' Harry Potter, you know? Yeah, no, I'm still hearing these heels on the floor thing. Okay, yeah. No. But no, this was a blast, going back and playing this again, like genuinely. I have a lot of fun with this game. It's surprisingly decent for a movie license game, especially for the time it came out. And we surprisingly got spoiled with a lot of them back then, too. There was, because, you know, once we started getting to the practical end of movie license games, you know, once we started getting into the, like, 360 and PS3 era, movie license games were just getting worse and worse and worse. And eventually we started getting stuff like the Green Lantern game and the Thor game, and they're just so bad. They're so dull and lifeless and droll and ugh. And then we kind of got a resurgence of some good ones again. You know, like the Ghostbusters game. The Ghostbusters game was pretty good. Not that Sanctum of Slime thing. God, no. And then there was the one they just came out with the 2016 movie, which was just no fun at all. Nope, the Ghostbusters, the video game one, was pretty good. Pretty good. And we had a couple of surprises like that here and there, but licensed games are few and far between, and I don't know, I don't miss them. I don't miss them. I miss the good ones I played when I was a kid. You know, the Lord of the Rings games were great, and the Harry Potter games, of course, you know, played this one. They were great. But I miss those. But some franchises just really got the shit end of a stick. I mean, technically, Star Wars just kind of got the shit out of a stick for a while now. Because we just had, you know, Battlefront 1 and 2 happen. And they canceled all of the, they canceled all the other Star Wars games that were coming out. And then, you know, Jedi Fallen Order was pretty good. Transformers Devastation was pretty rad. Oh my gosh, I still haven't finished that. I had that on PlayStation 4 still. Before they took it down. It completely surprised me when that happened. Although, not really, like, licensed games and everything. But then, like, I think the, like, final endpoint for me with all the licensed games was when that Godzilla game came out. And that was just one of the most boring and wretched things I ever saw. And now, of course, after I played that and I sold it, I'm like, this is disgusting, I don't need this anymore. I find out now that people want that game for upwards to like 90 to 150 bucks. I'm like, are you people insane? And that's for both PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4 copies. I'm pretty sure it's just because we haven't had another Godzilla game in a while. That's why the physical version of Devastation. Oh yeah. I was about to say that was but if you had the digital PlayStation 4 version, you can still download it, which is cool. But yeah, blows my mind that Godzilla came out the way it did. And now it's kind of considered not a cult classic, but like a collector's item. Like, I'd pay $150 to proudly display that I have Godzilla for the PlayStation 4 on my shelf. Like, come on. Some trends just baffle me. Ugh. Nope, I won't get that one. I will not. But, I still think it would be fun. I mentioned this earlier in the stream. I think it would be fun to do, like, a fun retrospective of all the Harry Potter games. Every single version of them. Like, have one video covering every single version. And, like, their differences, how good they are, you know, how good they are for their systems. Because while some people look at Chamber of Secrets and the Game Boy Color and kind of go, like, oh, this is kind of, you know, it's a video game, I guess. It's pretty good for a Game Boy Color. And then, of course, I think the, PlayStation 2, Xbox, GameCube game is fantastic. But we still had PlayStation 1 versions of these games coming out at this time. Well into the PS2, Xbox, and GameCube's lifespans. We still have PlayStation 1 games coming out. It fascinates me. Kind of like how Just Dance came out, like, this year for the Wii. Or was it last year? No, was it last year? It was last year. My cousin and I played the hell out of Return of the King. Yeah, me and a friend picked up a huge EA PC bundle that was in this massive box. I want to find this box again. And it had Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2, 007 Nightfire, Return of the King, and a couple other games on all their PC versions. We didn't play Nightfire because we had it on the GameCube, and the PC version was just kind of trash. But we played the hell out of Hot Pursuit 2 and Return of the King. That was one of our favorite co-op games. That I would love I would absolutely love to play Return of the King for one of the streams, just kind of as a, they were good movie license games. But Return of the King uses the movie's soundtrack, and it uses clips from the movie, and that's just going to be a big no-no for streaming. YouTube's just going to immediately, shut it down. Like they did during the freaking Pumpkinhead stream. Anytime we were playing, I had film clips of that coming up. It's ridiculous. I'm literally playing Bloodwing's Pumpkinhead's Revenge. They have a section in their gaming tab for Bloodwing's Pumpkinhead's Revenge, right? So it's like, okay, so there's a clear understanding that your game's on here. But I play any of the movie clips in 24p quality with shit sound. Oh, I must be streaming the movie. God damn it, YouTube. I used to have the GBZ version of Chamber of Secrets, Aragog could say, oh my god, I remember not getting stuck on that fight. I remember the batteries on my Game Boy ran out during that fight. Oh my gosh. I was like, oh, I gotta get to the end of this battle, my batteries are gonna die, and it was like a 10-15 minute thing. And I got halfway to the fight, and it's like, gone. Progress gone. Yeah, I think it would be fun to kind of do a whole retrospective-esque thing of all these Harry Potter games, because the Harry Potter games were treated very well. We had a lot of great games. My little brother and I played the crap out of the Goblet of Fire game, which was like a 3-player co-op experience, which was interesting. But I remember me and my brother would just play as Hermione and Ron, and we'd just keep dropping boulders on Hermione's head. God, that was fun. It we do dumb stuff. We didn't make any progress in the game because we were too busy dropping rocks on people's head. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I eventually went back and beat it, though. Chamber of Secrets on the Game Boy Color was interesting, just because it was, turn-based Harry Potter RPG. It's like, what? Okay. Sure. That'll do it for the stream this week. As always, thank you everyone who came around. Polar, Bowser Prime, it's always great seeing you guys here. And of course, when James was here earlier. And all the other randoms that popped up. I always appreciate doing these streams, appreciate seeing you guys. And it's always fun to, have an audience talk about, just talk about dumb shit going on in the industry and just having fun. Recollecting all these games, because that's the whole point of these streams. Going back, playing all these fun games, recommending them to other people. I was about to say, because it's just there are so many great games you can go back and play and have fun and enjoy that don't require you to pull out your wallet every single time. It's just like, oh yeah, you want to progress anymore, you need to give us another $20, and it's, oh, you want to unlock this cool thing? It's just like, no, because there was a simpler time where we would buy a game, and we would play a game, and we would have fun with it. And then, at the end of the day, we didn't have to worry about a server shutting down. We didn't have to worry about crappy microtransactions. We didn't have to worry about all this corporate BS going on with the industry right now. We could just buy a game, have fun with it, and decide what we wanted to do with the games afterwards. Did we want to sell them? Did we want to trade them? Give them to a friend? Things like that. It's the inherent value of having fun with games, I feel, I was about to say, has decreased significantly. And it's not even just an issue of getting older and not enjoying games as much as we did when we were. Because there are still games I find that are still fun to this day. I just got done playing This Is Not a Game. That's out on Steam. I'd recommend that. That's actually fantastic. And the end of it's a little bit heartwarming, because you can just kind of tell it was a passion project for the guy who made it. That one's great. It's I think it's a top seller right now on Steam. I'd recommend it. It's $10. Well worth your time. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, I just kind of miss a time, and a lot of the indie developers and even some AAA studios are kind of coming to the terms and realizing the fact that, wow, there are too many of these live service games, and nobody wants to just play live service. Yeah, it's a lucrative business, and you get a lot of money out of it. but not everyone wants to play their game like it's a second damn job. Okay. The best way I explained it to a friend is, you know how a lot of people will tell you that EVE Online is kind of a like really hard to get into game where it's just kind of spreadsheets the game, sitting there dull and everything else, and how it feels like a second job. I was like, that's kind of how I feel about all these other games. It's like EVE Online, but to a lesser extent. It's still dull and boring, and yeah, some people are going to enjoy that and everything else. I was about to say, and there's nothing wrong with, of course, enjoying EVE Online. Again, not my cup of tea. But if you have fun with it, have fun with it. But every single game coming out that you want to enjoy and play shouldn't feel like work. It shouldn't feel like, oh, I gotta make sure to log in today. I gotta make sure to do this. I gotta make sure I have all this done by the end of the week so that I finish up the crap in the battle pass. And it's like, every game can't be that. Because once it's all like that, you start seeing the industry in that way, and it all sucks. And there's just no fun and joy in playing a video game anymore when it's all like that. And thankfully some studios have noticed it, and of course the indie game industry has never went away, and they're always making great games. It's just sad that we have all these companies who are just, we gotta go for the maximum money box, because just... Those are just my ranty thoughts on all this. I was about to say, it's... The main reason I do this series is it's fun to go back, look at these games that we used to play before, and just enjoy them. Enjoy them for what they are. Have fun. It's the other reason I don't really stream a lot of modern games on here. I might actually do a couple more modern ones. That demo for the demo for the Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2 remake is should be up, I think, tomorrow? In an hour. Jeez, it's late. And that looks like it's going to be a good time. I have no trust in Activision, though. Even though they said during the conference, when they were showing off the game, they were like, and it's going to have no microtransactions, no loot boxes, anything like that. I look at that and I say, bullshit. Because crap like Crash Team Racing and Modern Warfare happened, where, yeah, the games didn't launch with that shit. But then 3 weeks later, they added them back in. No, I just hate some of the roads that the industry's gone down, and I'm being very ranty about this, I'm sorry. I kind of get like that when I sit here and I look at these games I used to play with as a kid, and I just remember having this wide-eyed amazement and this dorky smile on my face as I finish up my homework, I go up to my room, and I play something like Chamber of Secrets. And just remember having a good time. Jank and all. And when you have to sit there and look at your game, and you have to like, oh, I gotta plan out this, I have to do all these, and everything else like that, and it's like, no. That's when you that's when you stop having fun, and that's when you come home to your second job. Yeah. Anyways, ran over. Let's talk projects before I head out. So, nothing really new to share this week. There was a smaller video I was planning on working on. I really didn't like the way it was turning out, so I kind of scrapped it. It wasn't anything major. It was just gonna kind of be this like 2-minute long throwaway thing, kind of like what I did with the Cookopocalypse video I put up. Where it was just gonna kind of be a fun, silly thing, but I might start doing edited videos of some of the playthroughs, just kind of like little highlight things. I'm still working on... Oh my gosh, I keep saying this every single time I finish up a live stream. I'm still working on finishing up the editing for the for me and Solid playing through Fear 3. I just gotta bunker down and finish it. I keep delaying it, and it's always for silly, stupid reasons, and that's all my fault every single time it does. The previous issues were my hard drive failed, my graphics card failed, I couldn't do it. Yeah, that's fine. But right now it's all on me. I've been being out of work's crappy. I was about to say, I've just been feeling a little lazy. I was about to say, and I've just been playing games instead of getting, the videos done, but it's fine. I still love doing these streams every week, and this still, gets out content, and they're fun. But for next week, I've got a couple games planned. As always, if you want to vote on what I play next, I always put it on Twitter. I always put up a poll. Some weeks I won't do a poll because I'll plan out a game ahead of time, but I let everyone know that. But yeah, that will about do it for projects for this week. So, anything else? No, I think I'm just gonna go get something to eat and go play something else for a bit. Heck, I might even just boot this back up. And I don't know. But yeah, everyone have a great night. Take care of yourselves out there because it's still, really shitty. But don't let that deter you from doing, what you want to do and have fun. Unless, of course, obviously can't do it. Worded that all wrong. Don't let it deter you from getting the things you want done. That's it, because even during something like this, there's always an alternative, always something else fun you can do, always someone you can help. Just kind of keep that in mind while we're all going through this hellscape that is 2020. So, have a good night. Fantastic evening. Wow, wherever you are. Jeez. Yeah, and take care. Good night.